on Trump.
Yes. I don't know. I don't know if it was
either.
cumulative. That's what I mean. I don't know if it was, building up, and then the fact that he made any sort of a joke towards Charlie Kirk. I don't know. I don't really know, because I have to be honest. Whenever I've seen other clips of Jimmy Kimmel, quite frankly, I've heard him say more egregious things, to be honest. So I was surprised that this was the thing. But I did find it was the reaction that really was interesting to me, the amount of outrage and boycotting. And I thought, man, we've been seeing cancel culture left and right for the last 5 years, honestly. So I was surprised Jimmy Kimmel got the reaction he did.
And maybe it was because it was the shooting death of Charlie Kirk, and it is a hot button issue, and it's unfortunate because if you are on the opposite side of the political spectrum, you can still appreciate that one of the warriors has fallen, that in the minds of people who were supporters and fans of Charlie Kirk, they've lost someone important to them. And you can temper your language. Privately, you do you, but you can definitely temper your language. I was not a supporter. I did not agree with Charlie Kirk. I would never celebrate the shooting death of anyone. That's ridiculous. And I think that was overall the reaction, but then the voices that got amplified were the ones that were inappropriate and hateful. And that happens on both sides. And that's unfortunate that those are the voices that get amplified, and we all jump in the outrage machine and have at it, as opposed to looking at that person and thinking, okay, now I can judge you because you don't have the common sense to let this one go. Not everything has to be a battleground. A man was shot and killed. Can we talk about? I did write a column, and it sunk like a stone about. We're not talking about shooters. We're not talking about the preponderance of white men who are shooters. We're talking about the guy's politics, which we can only guess at this point. And we're missing the point yet again. And rather than talk about our rampant gun violence, and that's a nonpartisan issue, we're going to talk about which political party is at fault for this. Oh, right. Come on. That's just stupid.
Right. Well, but that's just it. And I think part of it, and this is, I do think this connects back to the importance of, I think it's really journalistic integrity. To your point, I can't speak for the FCC director, the board. I can't speak to those things because I don't know them. I don't know, so my bigger thing is, I think, journalistic integrity. And I do think one of the reasons we've gotten so heated as a country is actually because of social media. And I think I think one of the things that we have sort of gotten in the way of ourselves of having, conversations without people blowing up, is that we don't even really know all the facts and all the truths. And we've also gotten to a point where everybody has to be on one side or the other versus just having conversation. And so I feel like Jimmy Kimmel was sort of the last straw in the situation coming out of the assassination of Charlie Kirk, that he might have fallen on the sword. I don't know. But I think it's an example of, to me, come on. Like, it's one thing if you don't like Donald Trump, but was that really in the best interest to even make light of an assassination? I think that's where it comes into question. And again, I think that comes down to your own moral compass and your journalistic integrity, or in his case, talk show integrity.
Integrity. And we can disagree on what's funny. And to me, any elected official is fair game within reason. Don't go after families. Don't go after things they cannot change. That's the first rule of comedy. You don't make fun of someone's gender, their orientation, any of that. That's immovable. On the other hand, you and I both could be making more money if we played to the algorithms. If you turned this into a shouting talk show, you could somehow make more money. I'm so convinced of this.
You're right.
If I have a Substack, and I'm not advocating anyone go read it, but if I suddenly just both barrels let everybody have it that I hate, I could be popular in a sick, sad kind of way. And that's social media, as opposed to, you and I disagree on some things. I don't hate you. because
Right.
we're actually talking. We're not face to face, but we're talking. And social media cuts that off.
Mm-hmm.
Let me say something outrageous. I'm going to go to Blue Sky right after I get off here. I'm going to say something truly hateful about you, because that's going to get me hits. That's going to get me restacks. That's going to get me tweets. And we don't say tweets anymore. That's just going to make me put me at the forefront because I was just hateful.
Right.
So you're rewarded for incredibly bad behavior.
Mm-hmm.
And there's where the moral compass goes spinning.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to do that, by the way, Melissa.
Oh, thanks, Susan. No, Susan and I have a great relationship, and I appreciate it. And you're right. I think that has become the norm, certainly on social media. But I think to that point, Susan, I just, and maybe this is just me, and I have no issue saying I'm kind of a Pollyanna, but I just think we have a moral obligation on any platform. I don't wake up at 3 a.m. to get unbelievable ratings. I don't. I'm sure my company would love for me to focus on that more. But to me, I wake up to do my show, to give people accurate information and to have honest conversation and to be able to bring people answers that maybe they can't get on their own. I don't do it for the popularity or the algorithms, to your point. And I think it's disappointing when you see more and more people on both sides using their public platforms, and that goes beyond even just talk show hosts. It also includes athletes and actresses and people who sometimes seem almost tone deaf, talking about politics when they don't even fall under the categories of the people they're referring to. There's a lot that I think just kind of disappoints me in the way that we present things and in the way that we've, again, in my opinion, have lost journalistic integrity.
I wish for everyone that, and this is for myself too, that before you say something in public where you don't think there's going to be any feedback, before you post, I try to remind myself that for my newspaper column in Hearst, when I write a column, if I'm writing a column that's negative about something or someone, I want to be able to sit down and have coffee with them after, because I haven't taken cheap shots. I may have been snarky, but I haven't been mean on purpose.
I'm the same way.
I mean?
I'm the exact same way as you, Susan. Yes. That's how I do news as well. Yes.
That's integrity. That's not pulling punches, and that's not trying to be anyone's friend. That's just be honest. This is a person. You may dislike this person's policies. You might even dislike the person if you met the person. Nevertheless, as a journalist, you have this huge megaphone. Don't abuse it. And I keep thinking, with all the algorithms and social media, there's got to be a breaking point. But I don't know what it's going to take for people to just set their phones down and maybe experience life. I don't have the answer there.
No, me neither, Susan. But I do appreciate you always having conversations openly here on WICC. And thank you for giving us the time on this topic. We appreciate it.
Oh, I appreciate it. Take care of yourself, Melissa.
Thank you. You too, Susan.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Weather update.
Partly to mostly sunny and very warm this afternoon with a high near 80. There may be a shower late. Showers arriving later this evening and overnight with a possible thunderstorm. It will be a mild night, low in the mid-60s. Early showers on Wednesday, cloudy and mild with a high in the upper 70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
This is your Optimum Beach Report. Expect moderate UV levels with a max UV index of 5. Air quality will be fair with an AQI near 45. Expect ideal conditions for the beach or pool with no rain in sight. Powered by Optimum Business.
Stay ahead of cyber threats with fast and secure fiber internet starting at $65 a month with 99.9% network reliability and speeds up to 8 gig. Visit Optimum.com/business or call 855-2-OPTIMUM today.
When it comes to getting the guaranteed lowest price on Falcon tires, there's only one place to go, Town Fair Tire. And when it comes to getting more free services for life than anywhere else on Falcon tires, there's only one place to go, Town Fair Tire. So when you're in the market for the best deal on Falcon tires, get to Town Fair, because nobody beats a Town Fair tire deal. And I mean absolutely nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire. Did you know tens of thousands of mothers, fathers, children, and seniors right here in Southern Connecticut face food insecurity? Moms going without so they can feed their children? That's why the Bridgeport Rescue Mission is relaunching their mobile kitchen, so they can deliver fresh hot meals directly into our streets and communities that need it most. Please help the relaunch of the Bridgeport Rescue Mission's mobile kitchens. Give today to bridgeportrescuemission.org, because no child, no senior, no human should ever go hungry.
Do you have questions about real estate? Learn the secrets of real estate investing and get your questions answered during the Real Estate Show with Pat Civitella. Listen Sunday mornings from 9 to 10 for expert information about real estate investing, downsizing, and improvements before selling. Pat will help turn your real estate dreams into reality. Tune in and call The Real Estate Show with Pat Civitella. Sunday mornings from 9 to 10, right here on WICC 600 and 95.9.
This is WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News special report. President Trump with a warning for European allies at the UN General Assembly.
It's time to end the failed experiment of open borders. You have to end it now. See, I can tell you, I'm really good at this stuff. Your countries are going to hell.
CBS's Nancy Cordes.
He argued that the changes that he has made his first 8 months in office in the U.S. are turning this country around, and that they are basically losing control of their own countries by allowing migrants to enter those countries, to pass their borders, and by embracing things like wind and solar energy.
And Trump called climate change a con job. UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres had his own words of warning for the global community.
The pillars of peace and progress are buckling under the weight of impunity, inequality, and indifference.
CBS News special report. I'm Steve Kathan.
You get 2 chances to win millions with Connecticut Lottery's $2 million jackpot and $1 million gold scratch tickets. Enter non-winning tickets for a second chance at millions, because everyone deserves a second chance. Play $2 million jackpot and $1 million gold scratch tickets today. Overall odds by game: $2 million jackpot, 1 in 3.08. $1 million gold, 1 in 3.19. Second chance odds depend on entries received. Must be 18 or older. Problem gambling helpline, call 888-789-7777.
A personal finance columnist came up with a list of regrets she hears from retirees. Guess what was on the top of the list? Wishing they'd had a plan for their retirement. And that's the kind of thing that David Gagnon talks about every week on his show, Mastering Your Wealth. Join him Saturday mornings at 8, right here on WICC 600. And be sure to check him out online at masteringyourwealthradio.com.
This is an ad by BetterHelp. We've all had that epic rideshare experience. Halfway through the trip, you know their heartbreak, their career path, and they know your aspirations to go find yourself in Portugal. It's human. We're all looking for connection, for someone to listen. But sometimes the people we spill our hearts to aren't exactly equipped to help us through it. With over a decade of data-backed experience from helping millions of people, BetterHelp matches you with a therapist based on your needs and goals. No asking for recommendations or endless scrolling through listings. Simply answer a few questions online and you'll be matched with a therapist, often in as little as 48 hours. Join over 5 million people worldwide who've trusted BetterHelp for their mental health and well-being. Get a therapist who gets you. Visit BetterHelp.com/ABCRadio to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp.com/ABCRadio.
WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut. Weather update.
Partly mostly sunny and very warm this afternoon with a high near 80. There may be a shower late. Showers arriving later this evening and overnight with a possible thunderstorm. It will be a mild night with a low in the mid-60s. Early showers on Wednesday, cloudy and mild with a high in the upper 70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Connecticut schools will soon be getting more resources for special education. Yesterday, state leaders announced that special education expansion and development, or SEED funding, will be made available to municipalities across the state, including urban communities. At the news conference, State Education Commissioner Charlene Russell Tucker said that the program will grant $30 million to ensure that schools will have the necessary resources for special ed students.
It's a critical step towards improving outcomes and expanding access for students receiving special education services in Connecticut, and it does reflect our collective belief that every child deserves the support, the tools, and opportunities to thrive, no matter their learning needs.
Governor Ned Lamont echoed his previous pledge to help every Connecticut student reach their potential.
In this state, we're all God's children, and we believe each and every one of you has the opportunity to reach for the stars. And we're going to do everything we can to give you the very best opportunity in life.
Almost 95,000 students in the state have been identified as having a learning disability. Criminal charges against former UConn men's basketball star Ben Gordon related to an incident in Stamford have been dropped. Gordon was charged in connection with an incident at a Stamford juice bar in 2023 where he allegedly pulled a knife on an employee and struggled with police. The case was dismissed by a state judge yesterday after it was deemed that Gordon had successfully completed a supervised diversion program. Police are investigating the vandalism of over 30 grave sites at a cemetery in Ansonia. The damage was reported over this past weekend at the Pine Grove Cemetery. Damage was reported to decorations that include flags, lights, and flowers. None of the headstones themselves were damaged. Police indicate that one suspect has been identified and they are working to secure an arrest warrant. And a federal judge has ordered the Trump administration to lift the stop work order on the Revolution Wind project.
Another lawsuit and another big win against Donald Trump.
Work on the $6 billion wind farm off the coast of Rhode Island was 80% complete when the stop order was issued last month. The 65-turbine project is a partnership between Connecticut and Rhode Island, as the states will share the generated electricity. Attorney General William Tong is one of many officials from both states celebrating the win.
We need this power. We need this project. And this is a huge win for Connecticut ratepayers, for families. To drive down the cost of electricity is a huge win for our climate, for wind energy, for renewables, in our energy future.
Governor Ned Lamont and Rhode Island Governor Dan McKee hosted a joint news conference at City Pier in New London today to discuss the ruling. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
Back to the download. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9. The Johns Hopkins Health Minute, now on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
At Johns Hopkins, I'm Elizabeth Tracy. If mouse models prove to be true in humans, the element lithium may help avoid the development of dementia. Dementia expert Konstantin Lyketsos at Johns Hopkins says he's disturbed by the tenor of the coverage of this basic science discovery.
The need for lithium make it sound like it's a kind of a vitamin. There needs to be a certain amount of lithium in the brain cells. And if you don't have the right amount, bad things happen. If that's really true for humans, then that's very novel. And then, of course, replacing your lithium levels, they make it sound like, it's like getting your B12 level in order. But it's still very far from being useful. I'm not even sure if lithium orotate is available. I worry that somebody's going to start making it available commercially. Who knows about the safety? Who knows about the right dosing?
Lyketsos cautions everyone who's worried about their own dementia risk that much more work needs to be done before taking lithium is a proven strategy. At Johns Hopkins, I'm Elizabeth Tracy.
WICC is live and local in the afternoons. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli. Weekdays from 2 to 6.
Coming up, that big offshore Revolution Wind Power project is back on after a judge stalls a Trump White House order. And if it's Tuesday, that means Megan Portfolio from the Yankee Institute drops by to tell us what's behind door number 1 of that never-ending game show in Hartford.
Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli. Every weekday starting at 2 on WICC 600 and 95.9. The voice of Connecticut.
No part of your home is more important than the roof over your head. Hi, I'm Eddie Griffin, the owner of Brown Roofing, your local expert for roof replacement and roof repair. Water resistant, weather resistant, wind resistant, our products offer superior protection that come with a 50-year lifetime transferable warranty. Call us today at 475-445-1195 or visit us at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down.
NFL Sundays are back on the Voice of Connecticut. Dished up by Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast. Be there for the action starting at 12:30. We've got your local NFL news and notes. Then it's kickoff at 1 p.m. and 4 p.m. Because what's a football game without a Duchess feast at your fingertips? Get ready to tackle your hunger and the football season with Duchess Restaurants. Your first draft pick for fresh food served fast.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-859-3220. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-859-3220. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-859-3220. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-859-3220 or biglou.com.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
A much anticipated ranking of colleges and universities is out.
After evaluating nearly 1,700 colleges and universities using over a dozen measures of academic quality, Lamont Jones, managing editor for education at U.S. News and World Report, says of the best schools,
number 1 is Princeton in the 2026 edition. Number 2 is MIT, followed by Harvard at 3, and then a tie at 4 between Stanford and Yale.
The 2026 top historically black colleges and universities are Spelman, Howard, and Morehouse. Jennifer Kuiper, CBS News.
Florida's first bear hunt in a decade drew more than 160,000 applicants for a limited number of permits, including from opponents who are trying to reduce the number of bears killed. The state will award 172 permits in a random lottery for the December hunt. There are an estimated 4,000 bears in Florida. Steve Kathan, CBS News.
You're listening to The Download on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Now, another in-depth interview with Paul Pacelli.
I think you know that sort of the market rate for the team, if you did the whole transaction, was about $325 million, and we would maybe do a half of that and have others for the other half. If it's a minority interest that keeps the team more or less where it is, our share would be obviously much less than that.
Save the Sun. Now, I played that earlier. We'll do it again coming up later as well. But now you have state employees and AFSCME local on their Facebook page saying, Governor, please, no. Don't take our pension money and do that. Let them leave. That's my idea. Let them leave. But let me ask this gentleman who rejoins us. You read his stuff at the Connecticut News Junkie, ctnewsjunkie.com. Also at Substack. Not enough caffeine today. Substack.com. Red meat for mushy moderates. Terry Cowgill back with us. Mr. Cowgill, how are you, sir?
Hey, not bad, thank you. Glad to be back in Connecticut, and there's no shortage of things to write about and think about in this state, too.
So the state, or at least the governor, Terry, and some people saying, hey, why don't we try and retain the Connecticut Sun here, the team valued at about $350 million. It's kind of clear, Terry, from my inkling, it looks like this might be another Whalers thing where the league wants the team out. You mentioned it's not completely unheard of to have governments getting together with private industry. What are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, well, you know, I thought about this well before Governor Lamont actually announced that he had this plan to have the state invest in the Connecticut Sun to keep him here and move him to the Hartford Civic Center. Because as you may recall, the Trump administration essentially bought a 10% stake in Intel, the chip company.
Yeah.
And I thought, well, this is very strange. Why, it really is. It's socialism is what it is. It's either crony capitalism or socialism. Pick your poison, I would say.
Yeah, right.
So, and then I saw that Lamont had this plan, and I thought, I didn't like it, obviously, because I think it is crony capitalism again. But my problem with it is that, you can put this stuff in you can invest teachers' pensions and state workers' pension in this.
Yeah.
But the difference is, I think, is that the state treasurer, and that would be Aaron Russell, he's supposed to make it, and I have no reason to doubt this, he is supposed to make pension investment decisions based on how stable the stock is, how well it performs, and how well he can protect the interests of the state employees and their pensions.
Yep.
And this is not being made, this decision, if it comes through, to invest, I don't know how many millions into the Connecticut Sun and then build this practice arena, is not being made using the same criteria as the others are. So how stable is this? How good a bet is this? Well, we don't actually know. Obviously, Mr. Russell would have to sign off on it.
Yeah.
But I just think that this is not the criteria that we should use for investing what is supposed to be very secure pension funds for state employees and teachers.
And Terry, what would happen here, unlike really stable stocks like Apple or maybe Disney, and we'll get to that, the mega stocks, what if the team's attendance goes down? What if, the revenue, the signage isn't there, whatever? Would there then be pressure to say, hey, there's state money here, Terry, we have to raise the beer prices, or we have to raise the soda and hot dog prices? I mean, right there, to me, that's where you'd have a lot of difficulty. I think. I might be wrong, but I don't know.
Well, and then what happens if something happens with the Connecticut Sun, they wind up going bankrupt or something?
Yeah.
Then what happens? Well, all of that taxpayer money gets wasted, and then presumably they'd have to raise taxes to cover it or borrow for it. I don't know what it is, but I can't. Full disclosure, I don't follow the Connecticut Sun.
Yeah.
I'm not interested in them at all.
Yeah.
I love UConn women's basketball.
Sure.
And they're my favorite team, really, to follow in the state.
Yeah.
But this is just a bridge too far for me.
Well, Terry Cowgill, the guest from the Connecticut News Junkie and Substack.com, red meat for mushy moderates. All right, Terry, a couple of very serious issues. The first time we've spoken in a while, and obviously the tragic assassination, basically what it was, of Charlie Kirk. And I know some people loved him. A lot of people never heard of him before this. Some people couldn't stand him, but no matter what your thoughts on that, I've been telling people, Terry, just a horrible thing. And to see that video was just, you talk about something that just made, I think, an entire nation shudder.
Well, I had the misfortune of, after it happened, I was doom scrolling on X, now formerly Twitter.
Yeah.
And I just wanted to see what was happening. And I did manage to, scroll past the video. Somebody had it on an endless loop, and I just I wanted to avert my eyes immediately because it was just it was like it was almost as bad as watching the Zapruder film.
Yes.
Charlie Kirk. He wasn't the president of the United States, but still, he was a thought leader, and he had millions of followers, and there he was doing what he loved to do best, and he was cut down in broad daylight like that. What I did see, though, on X was immediately the finger pointing starting.
Yep.
And it was basically, they did this to us. Megyn Kelly got right into it. They did this to us. They. And I'm thinking to myself, well, who is they? They didn't even have a suspect at that point. And it turns out it was a lone gunman, as far as we know. and he was raised in a Mormon family, a church-going Mormon family, and he obviously became radicalized online. I became kind of depressed about it because I was afraid that it was going to spark more violence and that we would see maybe some retaliation. And despite all of the agitprop that I saw on places like Twitter, it did not materialize, and I'm thankful for that. I'm sure you are, too.
Oh, absolutely, Terry. I always say on this show, I think 90% of the people in this country can comport themselves fine. There's the 5% on the far, far right and the 5% on the far, far right that really are the bane right now of our politics. Speaking of that, this whole thing with Jimmy Kimmel coming back tomorrow and what he said and the innuendo that apparently came, from the White House and maybe affected the FCC chairman. Terry, I look for maybe the good in all this when these things happen. And at least it has, my friend, generated a good amount of discussion, pro and con, about influence, corporate influence, governmental influence, and what exactly the First Amendment says.
Yeah, and I think we all need a refresher from time to time on the First Amendment.
Yep.
And, I would urge people to go back and see it or just read it. And textually, it's very, very significant. And in terms of rights, of course, it's very, very significant. And that's the reason that it literally is the First Amendment. The founders gave it that high of an importance. But, yes, we all know now, I think, that you're not supposed to be punished for speech. And certainly to have the government, you can be punished in the marketplace for your speech, obviously. But you're not the government should not put its thumb on the scale and basically hold up mergers in return for paying these fines or paying as in the case with Donald Trump when he sued CBS for 60 Minutes, that edited segment with Kamala Harris. Basically, CBS had a merger with Skydance that was pending before the FCC, and Trump sued them. It was a ludicrous, completely meritless lawsuit. But CBS went ahead and paid $15 million directly to Donald Trump, and they got their merger approved. So I think there are a lot of problems with the First Amendment right now, and I think we all need to take a deep breath and try to take it very seriously before things go even further awry.
Yeah, and Terry, in about the 90 seconds or 2 minutes we have left, I wanted to ask you this, and I've taken a lot of calls on this today and a lot of social media postings as well. The country essentially knows what Donald Trump is as a politician. He came down the staircase. Oh, yeah, the guy that's on the Celebrity Apprentice. Well, we know what's happened over the past 10 years and probably another 2. If you're the Democratic Party, what do you do? There's a lot of people out there, and there's a question of, well, Trump still wins on key issues that maybe the Democrats don't have a broad enough tent on. What, Terry, going into, say, at least the 2026 midterms here and maybe eyeing 2028. I've taken numerous calls on this. Does the Democratic Party get back to, the Bill Clinton era, the Barack Obama era, suffice to say the JFK era? What does the party of FDR do now?
Yeah, well, first of all, they need a leader, and they don't have one. It's kind of, you can say the Republican Party is going awry. There's all kinds of problems with the Republican Party.
Yeah.
They do have a leader, for better or worse, and we know it's Donald Trump. He's not going to be around, I would say, he's not going to be around that much longer. He is older than Biden when he took office.
Yeah.
So we'll have to see how long he lasts. But they need a leader, and Chuck Schumer clearly isn't it. And the rumors, of course, is that AOC is going to run against, or it's going to primary him in 2 years, I believe it is, when he's up for re-election. But she's probably too far to the left to attract other people. They've got, Mamdani, who is now the Democratic nominee for governor or for mayor of New York City. So they've got a very noisy left flank, and then they've got people who are more moderate, and we've got some representing us right here. People like Jim Himes, I think, is fairly moderate. Joe Courtney, but so yes, I think what they need to do is move a little further to the center and really try to appeal to working people. But it's very difficult to do that when your leaders don't send off a working class vibe at all.
Yeah. Terry Cowgill, Connecticut news junkie, ctnewsjunkie.com and substack.com. Red meat for mushy moderates. Terry, have a good week, and we'll chat down the road. Thank you, sir.
All right, Paul. Nice to talk to you again.
Yeah, all right. Terry Cowgill back on the program today after a couple of months off.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Weather update.
Partly to mostly sunny and very warm this afternoon with a high near 80. There may be a shower late. Showers arriving later this evening and overnight with a possible thunderstorm. It will be a mild night with a low in the mid-60s. Early showers on Wednesday. Cloudy and mild with a high in the upper 70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Now, let's take a look back with Norman. Let's hear what happened today in WICC history.
It's September 23rd. On this day in 1969, Westport's Paul Newman and Weston's Robert Redford had the #1 movie at the box office, Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid.
I'll jump first. No, then you jump first. No, I said. What's the matter with you? I can't swim! Why, are you crazy? The fall will probably kill you.
In 2011, the final episode of All My Children aired on ABC.
As much as I want to be with you, I don't want to rush into some wedding just to reassure you that I'm not going anywhere.
Finally, you admit it. Today, we celebrate the birthday of Jason Alexander, George on Seinfeld.
I celebrate Festivus.
September 23rd.
That was today in WICC history. Every day just before 2 on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9. You're listening to WICC 695.9. WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. President Trump addresses the UN General Assembly.
I'm here to tell the truth. I don't care. It doesn't matter to me.
He blasted the UN for its stance on migration, among other things.
When your prisons are filled with so-called asylum seekers who repaid kindness, and that's what they did. They repaid kindness with crime. It's time to end the failed experiment of open borders. You have to end it now. Let's see, I can tell you. I'm really good at this stuff. Your countries are going to hell.
He also criticized countries recognizing a Palestinian state and said they're rewarding Hamas. Phyllis Bennis of the Institute for Policy Studies.
The votes at the General Assembly in recent days involving a number of questions around the crisis in Gaza and in the West Bank show and, in fact, escalate the isolation of the United States and Israel.
Trump said the UN's empty words don't solve wars. He will meet this afternoon with the leaders of Arab countries to seek their input for Gaza. Democratic leaders were set to meet with Trump ahead of a potential federal government shutdown. He canceled. They say he chickened out. Correspondent Nancy Cortez.
It definitely hands the Democrats some rhetorical ammunition as they try to make the case that it is Republicans and the White House that are courting this shutdown and not them. They'll now be able to say they had a meeting on the books with the president in advance of this potential shutdown and that he's the one who backed out.
A federal trial getting underway this week is set to examine whether Amazon tricked customers into signing up for Prime. Correspondent Jesse Mitchell reports.
Amazon is facing a jury trial in Seattle focusing on allegations by federal regulators that it duped customers into signing up for Prime membership and made it difficult to cancel. The FTC alleges Amazon was part of what it called a years-long effort to trick millions of customers into automatically renewing Prime subscriptions.
A Missouri woman has been sentenced to more than 4 years in federal prison for scheming to defraud Elvis Presley's family by trying to auction off his Graceland home. Legal analyst Thane Rosenbaum on the elaborate scheme?
The fraud was that Lisa Marie Presley had borrowed $3.8 million and pledged as collateral the entire estate of Graceland, and then died. And then these two private fake entities sued and essentially created notices in local newspapers that they had foreclosed on the property and that they were now the owners.
Checking numbers on Wall Street at this hour, stocks are lower. The Dow Jones Industrial's off 94 points. This is CBS News.
Progressive Insurance, with insurance for cars, home, boat, motorcycles, RVs, and commercial vehicles at 1-800-PROGRESSIVE and Progressive.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-230-2777. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-230-2777. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-230-2777. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-230-2777 or biglou.com.
Need metal? Metal Supermarkets, the world's largest small quantity metal supplier, is open in Bridgeport. The metal you need, cut to size and ready fast. Call or visit at 1085 Connecticut Avenue and ask about the other metal services we provide.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
The U.S. Secret Service located and dismantled a network of telecommunications devices near the United Nations in New York City, where President Trump spoke earlier today, that they say was capable of taking down the cellular network in the tri-state area. A law enforcement official said that the Secret Service began their investigation after they received multiple telecommunications-related imminent threats. Investigators discovered, quote, tens of thousands of co-located and networked cellular devices capable of carrying out nefarious telecommunications attacks, consisting of more than 300 co-located SIM servers and 100,000 SIM cards. Secret Service Special Agent Matt McCool said that the network had the ability to disable cell phone towers and essentially shut down the cellular network in New York City, including areas in Connecticut. Electronic safe houses were found in places including Greenwich, as well as several locations in New York. McCool said the devices no longer pose a threat to the tri-state area. Stamford police are reporting that their new social media account has already begun to help their police work. The department created a Reddit account just last week, and Hearst Media reports that within the first 24 hours, it had already helped solve a hit-and-run case. Reddit is commonly referred to as the front page of the internet, with users being able to post about specific topics in real time. And the Foo Fighters are playing a surprise show tonight at Toad's Place in New Haven. The rock show was announced yesterday afternoon, with tickets going on sale at Toad's on York Street around an hour later. A huge line immediately formed outside the famed music venue near Yale University, and all the tickets to see the Dave Grohl-led band were gone quickly. Jim Koplik from Live Nation told WFSB Channel 3 that this show is one of many that the band is doing at smaller venues around the country.
Well, the band wanted to play a few clubs. We put in for Toad's Place, which has an amazing history, and we were lucky enough for them to say yes.
Admission will be extremely strict tonight, so anyone without tickets is urged not to try and crash the show. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
delays on I-95 northbound from Greenwich all the way to Fairfield. Exits 2 to 5, exits 8 to 14, exits 18 to 25. To get from the state line to Norwalk, it's about 32 minutes. And to get from Norwalk to Milford, it's 28 minutes. Meanwhile, on the Merritt, to get from the state line to Norwalk is 25 minutes, and to get from Norwalk to Milford, it's 38 minutes. Paul Goodman, WICC Traffic.
Showers arrive later this evening and overnight. There may be a thunderstorm. It will be mild, below the mid-60s. On Wednesday, early showers, cloudy and mild in the afternoon with a high in the upper 70s, and more scattered showers on Thursday with a high in the low 70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
So how often do we hear on public service announcements and commercials, and even hearkening back to decades and decades and decades ago when we were taking driving lessons at a driving school, or from mom and dad, or from our high school, public school, or private school driver's ed teachers, guys and gals? How often have we heard, keep your eyes on the road, right? 2 hands on the wheel, watch your speed, keep your eyes on the road, especially when it comes to highway driving. And we see these PSAs now when it comes to people looking down at their phones and seeing, what Waze is showing them, and Google Maps and all that. Am I going the right way? Or even some of these new cars that have touch screens where you have to touch this and touch that and then slide my finger up and down to adjust the heat or the fan when the car's in motion. You know what I'm talking about. I've railed against those. Just give me knobs. Knobs you can feel, you know what you're doing. But I digress. So basically, we've been told, if you're like me, and I started driving 48 years ago, yikes. For 48 years, I've been hearing, keep your eyes on the road, keep your eyes on the road, keep your eyes on the road. Okay. Well, apparently that doesn't count if you're going to protest Trump and protest Republicans and protest MAGA. What am I talking about here? Have you seen this story? And I want to start with this, because I think I have the answer to this, but I just want to check in with you folks. Because the Trump derangement syndrome now is crazy. And there is now a lawsuit about what people can and cannot do on bridge overpasses. Have you seen this? Now, again, understand that we live in an era where we're told 10 times a day, keep your eyes on the road, please. Don't play with your phone. Don't adjust the settings on your car's high-tech touchscreen. But how many of us have been driving on 95, even on the Merritt and Wilbercross Parkways, or on I-84 or I-91 or I-95, any road where there's highway overpasses, and occasionally you'll see somebody who'll put up an American flag there, whatever. That's easy. You can see what that is, and you can return your eyes back to the road, right? Well, apparently now the resistance, quote unquote, I don't quite know what they're resisting. If they still have to resist over and over again, maybe they should go get an ointment or a salve from their doctor, but I digress. So apparently now, and I saw this the other day, and by the way, I would say this for anybody. If you're pro-GOP, anti-GOP, pro-MAGA, anti-MAGA, pro-Trump, anti-Trump, you shouldn't be protesting and hanging stuff off of highway overpasses. Because the whole purpose of you being out there is you want people to look at you. How stupid is that? You got people staying alive barely, doing 60, 65, 70, 75, and you want them, you're asking them to take their eyes off the roads and look at your dumb sign? Are you kidding me? And I say this either way, no matter if you're pro this or anti this, if you're blue or you're red or you're purple, if something in between. And now we have lawsuits about this. This is how dumb we've become here. Activists say the state's response to overpass protests is curbing political speech. Are you kidding me? Highway overpasses, in which we tell people, or in the highway driving setting, where we tell people, keep your eyes on the road. Don't look at your phone. Don't get enthralled with what's going on your new high-tech digital dashboard. Please, keep your eyes ahead. But yet, there are some people out there, because they think this is going to make a difference come Election Day, they want to cheer and protest and wave from highway overpasses. And they, I guess, want people to look up at them and take their eyes off the roads while they're doing 70 and 75 miles an hour. Can you spell dumb any quicker? So we start today with this, and I'll get into the specifics of this case coming back here. But here's how we start today at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Is it, as these people contend, is anybody's First Amendment free speech rights, are they being violated because the state wants to keep protesters and signs off of Connecticut highway overpasses? Really? This is actually a question? That we should allow people to put up stuff and hang stuff and use a highway overpass to protest somebody or to air support for somebody? Really? No. It's an overpass. Take your stuff down, take the flags down, take your pro-Trump or your anti-Trump stuff down, and move. You shouldn't be there. But am I wrong here? See, I don't think I am. I rarely think I'm wrong. This one I might be, but I don't think I am. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. You tell me, is it a free speech violation? Everybody now, oh, I can't do this. It's my free speech, my First Amendment. Is it a First Amendment right for you to be on a highway overpass in the state, waving and cheering, and putting something up there that by its very nature, drivers who are driving 60, 65, and 75 miles an hour have to take their eyes off the road for them to read what you have there? Are you that dumb? Please, I'm begging you, tell me you're not.
This fall, make your daily radio destination WICC. Your weekdays start with Melissa in the morning. Then it's the Lisa Wexler Show, The Download with John Kamal and Chris Williams, and Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli. Local news updates every hour, along with Fairfield County traffic and weather from meteorologist Paul Pioric. Plus, more local news and live talk on weekends, too. We are WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
This is the Concert Guide, powered by Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
This Sunday, head to Harbor Park in Middletown to catch the Spin Doctors. On Monday, downtown New Haven at Toads is where you'll see Natasha Bedingfield. Tuesday, 21 Pilots hits Xfinity Theater in Hartford. On Thursday, October 2nd, Flock of Seagulls will be live at Fairfield Theater Company. Make your weekend plans for Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater. On Friday, it's Flo Rida, and on Saturday, T-Pain. Friday, October 10th, Palace Theater, KC and the Sunshine Band. On October 12th, Toad's Place in New Haven, it's Borns. And on Friday, October 17th, America, it's the Palace Theater.
The Concert Guide. Whether it's breakfast, lunch, or dinner, get fresh food served fast at any one of 12 Duchess restaurants located throughout Connecticut. Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
You can't see it, you can't smell it, but radon gas could be putting your family at risk. Radon is an invisible, odorless gas that could be lurking in your home and cause serious risk to your family's health. Protect your family with a free on-site radon test from Apex Radon Solutions, your local Connecticut certified radon specialist. Apex Radon Solutions is offering free in-home radon test kits to help you detect and protect. Go to apexradonsolutions.com today to get your kit. Healthy air, healthy home with Apex Radon Solutions.
Join me, Melissa Sheketoff, at the 5th annual Race for Catherine on Sunday, October 12th at Fairfield Hills campus in Newtown, honoring the legacy of first grader Catherine Violet Hubbard, who lost her life during the Sandy Hook tragedy. The Race for Catherine is a tribute to her compassion for all creatures and a fundraiser to help the sanctuary protect animals, teach humans, and care for the environment. Now you can foster a kinder and gentler world by signing up, getting outdoors, and walking or running for an amazing cause. Join in in person in Newtown on October 12th for this certified and timed 5K with free breakfast, kids kindness dash, animal ambassador meet and greet, plus adoptable animals from local rescues. Or join the race virtually October 10th through the 12th from anywhere at any time. Make a difference and celebrate 5 years of making strides in kindness. That's the Race for Catherine, 5K for Kindness on Sunday, October 12th at Fairfield Hills campus in Newtown. Info at cvhfoundation.org.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Route 34 eastbound in Newtown is closed at Old Mill Road because of a single vehicle crash with a down pole and wires all the way through Berkshire Road. 95 northbound and southbound looking clear at this time. This report is sponsored by Optimum Business. Stay ahead of cyber threats with fast and secure fiber internet starting at $65 a month with 99.9% network reliability. Visit Optimum.com/business today. With your ICC traffic report, this is Justin Kingsley.
For this evening and tonight, showers arrive later this evening. There may be a thunderstorm overnight with a low in the mid-60s. On Wednesday, early showers, cloudy and mild with a high in the upper 70s. Scattered showers Thursday with a high in the low 70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Saying everything that's on his mind. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli. WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, now we have a controversy here in Connecticut. Love to hear your thoughts on this. I think this is crazy. I think the notion that people think it's okay to use highway overpasses, not your street corner, not your local parking lot, not somewhere in the park, that's a completely different story. If you want to protest there like thousands of people do in this state on a regular basis, that's fine. But there is a story here now. There is a controversy now where the American Civil Liberties Union of Connecticut, ACLU Connecticut, and other folks are saying, hey, the fact that some people are arrested and told to get off highway overpass bridges here and stop hanging stuff from overpasses is somehow unconstitutionally interfering on their free speech. All right, so wait a minute now. Explain to me how somebody thinks, and I'd love to hear somebody argue this point, because to me it's a non sequitur. You can't have this. And I don't care whether you're protesting for one side or against one side, if you're all blue, if you're all red, you're purplish red, reddish purple, or something in the middle. This is where we are now. Saying, well, the resistance wants to do this. I have an idea, by the way. Instead of resisting, how about figuring out who your candidates are and who the leader of your party might be if you hate Trump so much? And if you hate Trump, go right ahead. But I got to tell you something. I am just, day by day, I'm fascinated at the inability of people on the other side of Trump, and God bless you, you don't like the guy, that's fine, to come up with a cogent policy listing and cogent leaders here. Instead, you think it's important to protest from overpasses? But you tell me, maybe I'm wrong. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Is it a First Amendment free speech violation, as some people say it is? There's a lawsuit now against the State Department of Public Protection, the state police, some local police, whatever, because there were some arrests of, and I guess who knows, people may be called in from the road saying, hey, there are people protesting, waving signs, you know, hanging up banners, whatever, pro-Trump, anti-Trump, whatever, on highway overpasses. So is this really a First Amendment free speech violation for the state and for police to keep protesters and signs off of Connecticut highway overpasses? Yet we have public safety people telling us all the time, keep your eyes on the road. So you people that are okay with these protests, so you're okay with them? So you're saying it's okay then for somebody who's approaching an overpass at I don't know, 60, 65, 70, 75. You want them to look up and try and read something. How much sense does that make? I mean, to me, this is not about protesting. This is about public safety. And again, apparently it is a misdemeanor to use a overpass or a highway overpass to use it for a protest. But there's an ACLU lawsuit that says, well, you know, it's a free speech. No, free speech. Tell me how it's your free speech when you're trying to get somebody to not look at a road if they're doing 65, 70, or 75 miles an hour. This is about the dumbest thing I've heard. And it's not about protesting. Go protest where you're allowed to. But, man, I see this everywhere. Pro-Trump, anti-Trump, pro-Democrat, anti-Democrat, pro-Republican, anti-Republican. It's a highway overpass. Get off. By the way, you people protesting for and against, trust me, don't, well, you know, we have an expression in the media, stop reading your own press clippings, okay? You're not that important. The fact that you hate Trump or love Trump and you're going to do it on a highway overpass, that's not going to change anybody's opinion. Stop it. Oh, geez, honey. How was your day, honey? It was good, but I completely rethought my politics because I saw a couple of goobers holding signs on the overpass on I-91. Come on. It's a public safety thing. Yet, what do we hear? Hey, don't look at your phones. Hey, don't adjust your heat or your AC or tap those screens. Keep your eyes on the road. But the ACLU says, nah, you got to be able to protest on a highway overpass. Are you all out of your minds? With cars doing 65, hell, 65, you get run down now. 70, 75, 80. But the ACLU here in Connecticut wants people to take their eyes off the road. That's what they're saying. Take your eyes off the road. And by the way, don't give me the billboards. No, billboards, there is an approval process that goes with billboards. They have to be a certain angle, a certain distance back from a highway. Sometimes they approve digital billboards and sometimes they don't. The billboard approval is completely different from people standing on overpasses. But maybe you think I'm wrong and I'm an idiot. Nadine on Long Island. Nadine, good afternoon. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good, Nadine. What's up?
Well, I'm calling from Long Island.
Yes.
Because I love your station.
Thank
and
you.
I listen to it all the time, and there's nothing comparable on Long Island.
Thank you.
And I've been listening to you, and I'm starting to feel sorry for you.
Okay.
Because I understand what you're saying. You make absolutely perfect sense.
Okay.
But you are, to say the least, outdated.
Okay.
There is no one in this country under the age of 30 that has a sense of responsibility anymore. You should know that from the apps that are on your phone that allow people to talk to one another in the most crude ways that you can possibly imagine. Mm-hmm. And it's perfectly okay. And that's what kids are raised with today. They're not taught by their parents to be responsible. So the grown-ups aren't responsible.
Yeah, and Nadine, and by the way, thank you for the call. Whereabouts on the island are you, Nassau County or Suffolk County?
Suffolk County on the very east end.
Well, thank you, Nadine. I do appreciate it. That's beautiful country out there. East End, Suffolk County is really nice. Once you get into the lesser populated area and just drive those roads, Nadine, thank you. Yeah, I think you're right to a point. Sure. It's like I want to do what I want to do when I want to do it. And yet we tell people, keep your eyes on the road, keep your eyes on the road. Yet the ACLU here in Connecticut is sitting there going, no, this is a freedom of speech issue. Really? Really? At 75 miles an hour. Kelly in Stratford is here. Kelly, good afternoon. How are you?
Good afternoon, Paul. It's just kind of comical because it goes how far back? Keep your eyes on the road.
Yeah.
Aren't you supposed to drive with two hands on the steering Real.
10 o'clock and 2 o'clock. 10 o'clock and 2 o'clock.
The judge that gave $1 million to the moron who spilled his coffee on his lap.
Well, could be. Kelly, thank you. Appreciate the call. Got to run here. Kelly in Stratford. Yeah, All right, we'll get into the specifics of the case coming back, but you tell me. Kelly, thank you. Nadine, thank you. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. I should ask you, First Amendment violation of free speech if the cops come up and tell you, hey, it's a highway overpass here. This is not for protesting. Get rid of your signs and get off the overpass.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
An earlier accident in Newtown on Route 34 at Old Mill Road has been cleared up. Traffic is still moving slowly through the area through Berkshire Road. 95 northbound and southbound are both moving smoothly at this time. And the Merritt Parkway currently has no delays reported. With your WICC traffic, this is Justin Kingsley.
Showers arrive later this evening and overnight. There may be a thunderstorm. It will be mild, below in the mid-60s. On Wednesday, early showers. Cloudy and mild in the afternoon with a high in the upper 70s. And more scattered showers on Thursday with a high in the low 70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Selling your home is a numbers game. The more potential buyers who see it, the greater the opportunity to sell. And when your home is listed on Smart MLS, more than 21,000 realtors see it, and so do all their buyers. Suddenly, the number of people looking at your home starts to grow by a lot. More realtors sharing your listing. More people seeing your home, more offers coming in, and maybe more cash in your pocket. Smart move, right? Ask your realtor, is my house on Smart MLS? Smart MLS, the smart way to sell your home.
Did you know tens of thousands of mothers, fathers, children, and seniors right here in Southern Connecticut face food insecurity? Moms going without so they can feed their children? That's why the Bridgeport Rescue Mission is relaunching their mobile kitchen, so they can deliver fresh hot meals directly into our streets and communities that need it most. Please help the relaunch of the Bridgeport Rescue Mission's mobile kitchens. Give today to bridgeportrescuemission.org, because no child, no senior, no human should ever go hungry.
This is an ad by BetterHelp. We've all had that epic rideshare experience. Halfway through the trip, you know their heartbreak, their career path, and they know your aspirations to go find yourself in Portugal. It's human. We're all looking for connection, for someone to listen. But sometimes the people we spill our hearts to aren't exactly equipped to help us through it. With over a decade of data-backed experience from helping millions of people, BetterHelp matches you with a therapist based on your needs and goals. No asking for recommendations or endless scrolling through listings. Simply answer a few questions online and you'll be matched with a therapist, often in as little as 48 hours. Join over 5 million people worldwide who've trusted BetterHelp for their mental health and well-being. Get a therapist who gets you. Visit BetterHelp.com/ABC Radio to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp.com/ABC Radio.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. President Trump addressed the UN General Assembly today and lashed out at the world body, which he says has done nothing to assist him in ending wars.
It's too bad that I had to do these things instead of the United Nations doing them. And sadly, in all cases, the United Nations did not even try to help in any of them.
Earlier, UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres warned leaders the world has entered an age of relentless human suffering.
The principles of the United Nations that you have established are under siege.
Health experts like Dr. Stephen Fleischman reacting to the president's claims yesterday that the active ingredient in Tylenol could contribute to autism.
I think we were hoping that maybe there was some new information that they had that they were revealing to the public, but really they just reinterpreted old data and decided to make this change.
CBS News Brief, I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A judge has halted efforts by Bridgeport officials to demolish the long vacant blighted buildings on Cherry Street at Railroad Avenue. Developer Hancock Avenue Partners had planned to turn the buildings into residential units, but Mayor Joe Ganim ordered the demolition after years of delays. However, Hancock Avenue Partners has obtained an injunction temporarily stopping the demolition. A court hearing has been scheduled for October 14th, and the city cannot demolish any part of the buildings before that date. Connecticut schools will soon be getting more resources for special education. Yesterday, state leaders announced that the Special Education Expansion and Development, or SEED funding, will be made available to municipalities across the state, including urban communities. At the news conference, State Education Commissioner Charlene Russell Tucker said that the program will grant $30 million to ensure that schools have the necessary resources for special ed students.
It's a critical step towards improving outcomes and expanding access for students receiving special education services in Connecticut, and it does reflect our collective belief that every child deserves the support, the tools, and opportunities to thrive, no matter their learning needs.
Governor Ned Lamont echoed his previous pledge to help every Connecticut student reach their potential.
In this state, we're all God's children, and we believe each and every one of you has the opportunity to reach for the stars. And we're going to do everything we can to give you the very best opportunity in life.
Almost 95,000 students in the state have been identified as having a learning disability. Police are investigating the vandalism of over 30 grave sites at a cemetery in Ansonia. The damage was reported over this past weekend at the Pine Grove Cemetery. Damage was reported to decorations that include flags, lights, and flowers. None of the headstones themselves were damaged. Police indicate that one suspect has been identified, and they are working to secure an arrest warrant. A Milford man is charged with stalking and other offenses for his actions with a woman. Prosecutors say 46-year-old Frank David made online threats against a 56-year-old woman. The alleged victim told police that she has known David since 2018, and he had posted about her online in the past. The woman became worried when she learned that David had access to firearms and alerted police. A silver alert has been issued for a New Haven mother and her baby. Police say 25-year-old Aviana Pouncey and her 5-month-old daughter were last seen on Sunday. The woman and child are believed to be traveling together. Anyone with information about the location of Pouncey and the baby are urged to contact New Haven police. Criminal charges against former UConn men's basketball star Ben Gordon related to an incident in Stamford have been dropped. Gordon was charged in connection with an incident at a Stamford juice bar in 2023, where he allegedly pulled a knife on an employee and struggled with police. The case was dismissed by a state judge yesterday after it was deemed that Gordon had successfully completed a supervised diversion program. A federal judge has ordered the Trump administration to lift the stop work order on the Revolution Wind project.
Another lawsuit and another big win against Donald Trump.
Work on the $6 billion wind farm off the coast of Rhode Island was 80% complete when the stop order was issued last month. The 65-turbine project is a partnership between Connecticut and Rhode Island, as the states will share the generated electricity. Attorney General William Tong is one of many officials from both states celebrating the win.
We need this power. We need this project. And this is a huge win for Connecticut ratepayers, for families. To drive down the cost of electricity is a huge win for our climate, for wind energy, for renewables, in our energy future.
Governor Ned Lamont and Rhode Island Governor Dan McKee hosted a joint news conference earlier today at City Pier, New London, to discuss the ruling. And Princeton University is taking top college once again. U.S. News and World Report is out with its best colleges rankings, putting the school in New Jersey on top for a second year, followed by MIT, Harvard, and Stanford University, and Yale tying for fourth. The University of Chicago, Duke University, Johns Hopkins University, Northwestern University, and the University of Pennsylvania rounded out the top 10. The schools are ranked on more than a dozen measures, including graduation rates, faculty resources, and research output. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
An earlier accident in Newtown on Route 34 at Old Mill Road has been cleared up. Traffic is still moving slowly through the area through Berkshire Road. 95 northbound and southbound are both moving smoothly at this time. And the Merritt Parkway currently has no delays reported. With your WICC traffic, this is Justin Kingsley.
For this evening and tonight, showers arrive later this evening. There may be a thunderstorm overnight with a low in the mid-60s. On Wednesday, early showers, cloudy and mild with a high in the upper 70s. Scattered showers Thursday with a high in the low 70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Stratford is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Once again, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Paul Pacelli here. It's Connecticut Today for a Tuesday. A lot more coming up in the show. The American Civil Liberties Union's Connecticut chapter is backing a local progressive group of activists, who allege, by the way, this story is from the Yale Daily News, Adele Haig's story, and Riti Malhotra. They say that state police, now, follow along with me here. Let me know what you think. They say state police infringed on First Amendment rights in response to peaceful protests on highway overpasses in the state. 71-year-old New Havener Catherine Hines was arrested back on the 19th of July and again on August 8th. She was charged with second-degree criminal trespassing, second-degree breach of peace, and unauthorized signs on a highway for protesting on an overpass along Interstate 95. At her arraignment, Hines pleaded not guilty to the charges. Outside the courthouse, brigade members, guess the name of this group is something brigade here. Brigade members held banners that read, "Free speech is in danger. Hate will not make America great." No. Free speech is not in danger. You're not allowed to go traipsing along, according to state law, on a highway overpass. Lisa Lieb, the organizer of the protest, said, quote, "This is happening in Connecticut. You know, Connecticut's a Democratic state." Oh, so just because it's a Democratic state, we should allow people to do hazardous stuff? Come on. We tend to enjoy a lot of rights here. It's not like some other states where their rights are being abridged. So we're really concerned that this is happening here. What are you concerned about? It is a misdemeanor under Connecticut law to affix a sign to the fence of a highway overpass. The ACLU last Tuesday filed a lawsuit in federal court on behalf of two other, it's called the Visibility Brigade. Do they have like secret decoder rings too? Against two state officials arguing that holding signs rather than affixing them to fences is protected under the First Amendment. Oh, come on. So with that argument, okay, so I guess the argument is that, okay, maybe I won't affix the sign to distract somebody driving 75 miles an hour, but it's okay that I physically wave and move the sign, which might distract them even more. Get out of here with that. On Monday, U.S. Judge Stephen Underhill ordered the officials to file a response justifying the state's limits on overpass protests. Oh, my God. The fact that he didn't toss this case when there's already written law on the books is nuts. It's crazy. It's fugazi, as they like to say. Look, you want to go protest somewhere, town hall, city hall, a roundabout somewhere, on the corner, you want to make noise in front of the police station or your government center or city hall, have at it. But you think it's a good idea for you to protest on a highway overpass. So ostensibly, if you're protesting, you want people to look at you, right? Hey, look at the sign. Love Trump. Trump's the best. Trump sucks. He's Beelzebub. He's Stalin. He's Hitler, whatever. So you want to tell me, if you think this is okay, you think it's okay for people to take their eyes off the road? which is what you're telling them to do. In fact, it's even more hazardous because people will see an overpass protest, right? And tell me you haven't done this, because I've done it too and I shouldn't. You say, well, wait a minute, what's that on the overpass up there? Hold on. I'm getting closer. I'm still trying to read it. And all the time, you may not be looking at the car in front of you if somebody's tailgating you, right? And you may not have the correct perspective of whether or not you're close to the end of the person's brake lights or whatever. And that's hazardous. The commissioner for the Department of Emergency Services and Public Protection, Ronell Higgins, and one of two named defendants in the ACLU complaint, wrote in a statement to the Yale Daily News that he had spoken with elected officials, law enforcement officers, prosecutors, and citizens about how to protect First Amendment rights while maintaining highway safety. Higgins is a former Yale police chief. He added the state troopers will get more detailed First Amendment training and that all body camera footage and 911 calls connected to highway protesters would now be published online. The Visibility Brigade is a nationwide protest movement that began in New Jersey in 2020 and aims to mobilize Americans by providing physical messaging in order to demonstrate that the resistance is possible, according to the organization's website. You know what the best way to resist Trump is? Straighten out the other side of the political aisle. Instead of traipsing around on highway overpasses and distracting people as they're piloting a 3,800-pound chunk of metal, rubber, steel, and that down a highway that you want them to take their eyes off the road of when they're driving, maybe you should rely or realize that your messaging on the other side is not good. Connecticut State Trooper First Class Joshua Jackson, who filed Hines' August arrest warrant, wrote in an affidavit at the time that Hines had displayed banners and was engaged in criminal activity related to unlawful protesting on various overpasses along I-95 on at least 6 dates. From February 14th to July 19th, he identified her activities through posts on her Facebook page. On 3 of those occasions, Jackson approached Hines, ordering her and other protesters to take down their signs and leave the area. He cited a state law that prohibits protesters from attaching signs on overpasses and argued that displaying signs was also unlawful. It creates a distraction for incoming and oncoming highway motorists. Really? My God, a little common sense. But you tell me, am I wrong here? Is it, do you think, a First Amendment free speech violation for the state to keep protesters and signs off of Connecticut highway overpasses? Or are we suddenly flooded with a cascade of people who came home and said, honey, you know, sweetheart, cupcake, Uchikins, I was driving on I-95. I had a horrible day at work. And then you know who made the day better? Anti-Trump protesters waving signs at me off of an I-95 interstate. Oh, my God. It's tulips and bananas now.
Discover the finest flooring in Southern Connecticut at Courtesy Carpet. With over 50 years experience, from intricate area rugs and durable vinyl to elegant stair runners, they have it all. Shop anywhere, but see them before you buy. Visit Ellen J and their team on Route 111 in Monroe or at courtesycarpet.com. Financing is available, so you can get the floors you love today. Trust the experts in quality flooring, because at Courtesy Carpet, your satisfaction is their courtesy.
Repair your car with confidence at Sono Collision, Fairfield County's premier destination for top-notch collision repairs. Our expert team uses state-of-the-art equipment to restore your vehicle to pre-loss perfection. We prioritize your family's safety when it comes to fixing your car. Trust the care and precision of Sono Collision, because after a collision, you deserve quality repairs and peace of mind. Visit us today at sonocollision.com. That's sonocollision.com. Your car will thank you.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-859-3220. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 to 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-859-3220. That's 800-859-3220 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-859-3220. 800-859-3220.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
There's road construction work in Derby on Route 8 northbound between exits 14 and 17. Right now, the Merritt Parkway and 995, both northbound and southbound, both looking clear. With your WICC traffic, this is Justin Kingsley.
Showers arrive later this evening and overnight. There may be a thunderstorm. It will be mild, below in the mid-60s. On Wednesday, early showers. Cloudy and mild in the afternoon with a high in the upper 70s. And more scattered showers on Thursday with a high in the low 70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Say what's on your mind and say it live. 203-333-WICC. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9. The voice of Connecticut.
Look, I have nothing against people protesting. I don't know how many times I've said that over the years of me doing this program. I don't care. You love Trump, you hate Trump. You loved Joe Biden, you couldn't stand him. Kamala Harris, yes, no. George Bush back in the day. Barack Obama, Bill Clinton. Hey, baby, how you doing? Even Bill Clinton. I don't care who you like and who you don't. Get off the highway overpasses. What are you, nuts? Who thinks it's a good idea to try and get somebody to take their eyes off the roads when you're doing 70 miles a hell? 70, you get run down on 95 and 91, and the Marin to Wilbercross 84. The Mixmaster there in Waterbury, get off the overpasses. But now we have the ACLU and some sort of brigade, whatever their name. What's the name of this thing? The Visibility Brigade. Is that what it is? I want to get it right. I want to give them their just due. And apparently this woman, she protesting New Havener, Catherine Hines, whatever. She didn't like the way she was treated. There's a big story in the Yale Daily News about this. Good newspaper, by the way. The Visibility Brigade, nationwide protest movement that began in New Jersey in 2020, aiming to mobilize Americans by providing physical messaging in order to demonstrate that the resistance is possible. How do you resist somebody by waving around signs on a highway overpass? Well, Paul, they're protesting. Okay. Do they let you protest? Now, let me ask you something. If this is okay, if you think this is okay, and waving signs to get people to stop paying attention to what they're doing, piloting a 3,500-pound chunk of metal down the road at 70 or 75 miles an hour. Hell, why don't you let these people do this on airport runways? Why not? Hey, there's 400 people coming down at, 200-mile-an-hour takeoff speed in a big aluminum tube. Why don't we do that? Oh, my God, this is so asinine. You want to protest, have a blast. I don't care what you do. Get off the highway overpasses. You don't belong there. But again, they'll find some lefty judge somewhere that'll say this is okay. Hey, and you know what the argument they're going to use? I'm telling you it's coming. Even though there's a specific permitting process. They're going to say, well, there are billboards here. Yeah, but the billboards are not in the driver's line of sight. They have to be a certain height. They have to be a certain distance from the road. Some can be electronic, some can't. Man, just when I think I come into work and I can't find anything stupider, we get this. And again, it's not what these people are protesting. I don't care what they're protesting. The cost of chocolate, Trump's hair, Barack Obama's golf game, Joe Biden's walker. I don't care. You don't wave placards from a highway overpass purposely trying to get people to take their eyes off the road. When all we hear is, don't play with your phone, keep your eyes on the road, no video while you're driving, and don't get infatuated with the touchscreen on your new car. Oh, Tom in Norwalk is here. Tom, good afternoon. How are you?
Hey, Paul.
Hi, Tom.
I can't remember what city it was, but I remember seeing the peaceful protesters on an overpass.
Yeah.
Who were making their statement by throwing concrete blocks down onto police cruisers.
I remember that. Yeah. That's a statement. Yeah, that's their political statement. Yeah.
Well, that's all I got for that.
All right, Tom. Appreciate it. Yes, yeah. In fact, that was in the news the other day. Matt in Fairfield's here. Matt, good afternoon. How are you?
Good afternoon. Happy Tuesday.
Yes.
Paul, this is right up there with common sense isn't common and stuck on stupid. Okay? So what is the basis of you can't stand up or sit down in a movie theater and yell fire?
Well, yeah.
It's because people will panic and run and people will get injured.
Yeah.
And this is right up there with this. I will say this, and before you mentioned the billboards.
Yeah.
When you're driving down I-95, which I'm doing right now.
Okay.
And you're watching traffic, if you want to get a message off those interactive billboards, you have to look at them and focus.
Yeah.
Because pretty soon the message you're looking at is gone.
Yeah.
And it was a governor before the one we have now that supported those things going up, and I always thought they were a bad idea, and I still do.
And Matt,
for that very same reason.
Yeah, and Matt, thank you. And I also remember that I believe Jody Rell tried to stop them, and you're talking about, obviously, Dan Malloy. But, yeah, Jody Rell, if I remember, she tried to stop those with that very argument. But, no, good thought there. But at least there's a process that those boards go through. Now we're going to actually discuss whether or not we should allow people in some way, shape, or form or method. Well, okay, they can hold the sign, they can't affix the sign. And a highway overpass? Have we become that dumb? Bad question to ask. Bob in Weston. Bob, how are you, sir?
Paul, how are you?
Good.
You hit it when you said the tractor trailer, the coming down the highway.
Yep.
There's so many distractions, but that fella Tom hit on something too. People shouldn't be allowed to be up there. Number one.
Yeah.
The distraction level, but more importantly, you made my wife laugh so hard a couple of days ago.
What?
Well, I forget what you were saying.
Yeah.
But she said she used to be a lefty liberal.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
She's a centrist now.
Good.
Not affiliated with the wing ding wackadoodles, Okay. And but she said, this guy has to go national.
Oh, I wish.
And you have to, Paul. You're amazing.
Well, thank you, Bob. I appreciate it. Thank you. And I have done some national radio before, and it's a lot of fun. It is a lot of fun. Thank you. Hey, maybe in my remaining years left in this business, I appreciate that. The great part about doing national radio, and I used to fill in for one of the legends in this business, a guy named Barry Farber. As great as this is, talking to people from different parts of Connecticut and Westchester and Long Island, you magnify that times 10 when you do a national topic. And, your first call is, Billy in Charlotte, North Carolina, and then you're talking to, Mort in New York City. It's just a great kind of compare and contrast. All right, before we go to Jerry, let's do traffic, hopefully with nobody on the overpasses, and weather together right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
There's road construction work in Derby on Route 8 northbound between exits 14 and 17. Right now, the Merritt Parkway and I-95, both northbound and southbound, both looking clear. With your WICC traffic, this is Justin Kingsley.
For this evening and tonight, showers arrive later this evening. There may be a thunderstorm overnight with a low in the mid-60s. On Wednesday, early showers. Cloudy and mild with a high in the upper 70s. Scattered showers Thursday with a high in the low 70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Here at Stanford Health, expert care begins with a conversation where big innovations are helping the tiniest patients in our NICU, and mental health means community health. Here, we're collaborating with world-class partners like Columbia University Irving Medical Center, Dana-Farber Brigham Cancer Center, and HSS to redefine cardiac, neurological, cancer, and orthopedic care. From the everyday to the complex, Stanford Health. Care. It's different here.
When it comes to getting the guaranteed lowest price on Falcon tires, there's only one place to go, Town Fair Tire. And when it comes to getting more free services for life than anywhere else on Falcon tires, there's only one place to go, Town Fair Tire. So when you're in the market for the best deal on Falcon tires, get to Town Fair, because nobody beats a Town Fair tire deal. And I mean absolutely nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart Sellers Ask. Is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
All right, 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. Lawsuit filed recently in the state could change or make the state alter laws on allowing people to protest on highway overpasses, which to me is about the dumbest thing you can do. I don't care who you're protesting for or against. Get off the overpasses. What kind of mental deficiency do you have to think it's okay to wave signs and ask people, hey, look at me. I want you to stop looking at the road, which you are asking them to do. Don't tell me you're not. Jerry, you got about 30 seconds. What do you got, buddy?
Just going to real quick on Jimmy Kimmel. I was about to join the hunger strike, and now there's no need to. But seriously, the thing he said a few years back about people who refuse a COVID jab should be denied health care and medical care, I think is probably 1,000 times more horrific than whatever he said about who shot Charlie Kirk. And to me, Disney's inaction on that was I didn't want to fire Jimmy Kimmel. I want to fire Disney. Don't buy their stuff. Don't go to their amusement parks. And I'll call back next week or tomorrow to talk about our Connecticut congressional delegation.
Ah, yes.
There's something special. The thing that Jasmine Crockett said about them being Caucasians who didn't vote her way on the Kirk bill.
Yeah.
Love to have somebody ask Jimmy Himes, hey, how's it feel like when you're called a Caucasian who disappointed Congresswoman Crockett?
Well, and Jerry, thank you. I do have to run part of and we'll get to that later. John Hayes was the only member of Connecticut's congressional delegation or House delegation to vote against the resolution condemning the death of Charlie Kirk. So I have some thoughts on that as well. Thanks.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. This just in. Ryan Ruth, a man accused of trying to assassinate President Trump at a Florida golf course last year, has been found guilty by a jury in Fort Pierce. CBS's Christian Benavides is at the courthouse.
We just got that verdict, guilty on all 5 counts that he was facing. All of this came as closing arguments took place this morning. Ryan Ruth taking the unusual route of representing himself, and that made this entire trial go a lot quicker than initially anticipated.
As jurors were leaving the court, Ruth tried to stab himself in the neck with a pen. Marshals swarmed him and dragged him out. Trump met with Ukraine's president on the sidelines of the UN General Assembly today and was asked about Russian violations of NATO airspace.
Do you think that NATO countries should shoot down Russian aircraft if they enter their airspace?
Yes, I do.
Earlier in an address to the assembly, Trump lashed out at the world body for inaction.
It's not even coming close to living up to that potential. For the most part, at least for now, all they seem to do is write a really strongly worded letter and then never follow that letter up. It's empty words, and empty words don't solve war. The only thing that solves war and wars is action.
Near where the UN General Assembly is meeting in New York, the Secret Service said it had found active SIM farms at an abandoned apartment buildings, more of them with SIM servers and thousands of SIM cards, enabling encrypted and anonymous communications. CBS's Nicole Skanga has been following this.
Law enforcement briefed on the investigation tells us that multiple foreign governments were using these very networks to communicate with known members of organized crime gangs, including drug cartels and human trafficking rings. They're yet to reveal just exactly which nations were behind this, but the servers were found at more than 5 sites, and all of them were within 35 miles of the UN General Assembly.
Officials say the servers were so powerful they could have disabled cell phone towers and blocked emergency communications like police dispatch and EMS. President Trump and Democratic leaders were to meet to discuss how to avoid a government shutdown, but those talks never happened. Allison Keyes reports.
President Trump says on social media he will not meet with top Democrats to avert a government shutdown, saying no meeting could possibly be productive. House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries says the extremists want to shut down the government because they are unwilling to address the Republican health care crisis that is devastating America.
On Wall Street at this hour, stocks are lower. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. We offer auto, home, and commercial auto insurance, plus a variety of business insurance options. Visit Progressive.com today.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Your car steering wheel could be a ticking time bomb. At least 24 people have died and many more injured because their airbags fired shrapnel at them upon inflating. Tens of millions of cars have been recalled. If you suffered cuts that required stitches, hearing or vision loss, or broken bones, please contact us today. You could be owed money for medical bills and other damages.
Morgan & Morgan. Visit us at badairbags.com for an office near you. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A judge has halted efforts by Bridgeport officials to demolish the long vacant blighted buildings on Cherry Street at Railroad Avenue. Developer Hancock Avenue Partners had planned to turn the buildings into residential units, but Mayor Joe Ganim ordered the demolition after years of delays. However, Hancock Avenue Partners has obtained an injunction temporarily stopping the demolition. A court hearing has been scheduled for October 14th, and the city cannot demolish any part of the buildings before that date. Criminal charges against former UConn men's basketball star Ben Gordon related to an incident in Stamford have been dropped. Gordon was charged in connection with an incident at a Stamford juice bar in 2023, where he allegedly pulled a knife on an employee and struggled with police. The case was dismissed by a state judge yesterday after it was deemed that Gordon had successfully completed a supervised diversion program. A Milford man is charged with stalking and other offenses for his actions with a woman. Prosecutors say 46-year-old Frank David made online threats against a 56-year-old woman. The alleged victim told police that she has known David since 2018, and he had posted about her online in the past. The woman became worried when she learned that David had access to firearms and alerted police. Police are investigating the vandalism of over 30 grave sites at a cemetery in Ansonia. The damage was reported over this past weekend at the Pine Grove Cemetery. Damage was reported to decorations that include flags, lights, and flowers. None of the headstones themselves were damaged. Police indicate that one suspect has been identified, and they are working to secure an arrest warrant. And the Foo Fighters are playing a surprise show tonight at Toad's Place in New Haven. The rock show was announced yesterday afternoon, with tickets going on sale at Toad's at York Street around an hour later. A huge line immediately formed outside the famed music venue near Yale University and all the tickets to see the Dave Grohl-led band were gone quickly. Jim Koplick from Live Nation told WFSB Channel 3 that this show is one of many that the band is doing at smaller venues around the country.
Well, the band wanted to play a few clubs. We put in for Toad's Place, which has an amazing history, and we were lucky enough for them to say yes.
Admission will be extremely strict tonight, so anyone without tickets is urged not to try and crash the show. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
There's road construction work in Derby on Route 8 northbound between exits 14 and 17. Right now, the Merritt Parkway and I-95, both northbound and southbound, both looking clear. With your WICC traffic, this is Justin Kingsley.
Showers arrive later this evening and overnight. There may be a thunderstorm. It will be mild, below in the mid-60s. On Wednesday, early showers. Cloudy and mild in the afternoon with a high in the upper 70s. And more scattered showers on Thursday with a high in the low 70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
And on this day and night when Jimmy Kimmel returns to Jimmy Kimmel Live, which some people are treating like the rising of Christ himself from the tomb, we talk again. I'm sorry, but this is just nuts now. But we talk about free speech here on a local level, a Connecticut level right here, pertinently on Connecticut Today. There are some activists here who, of course, are protesting Trump, which is fine. But I've always thought this of people who are pro-Trump or pro-GOP, too. They take to the highway overpasses here in the state, and now the ACLU is filing a lawsuit, which they're free to do. But they are saying that the free speech rights of people that belong to a group called the Visibility Brigade are being infringed on because the state police have started cracking down on having banners affixed to those fences on highway overpasses or people waving them, whatever. And I guess a couple of people were arrested or told to leave. And, of course, everybody is traumatized. Oh, I was traumatized, blah, 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 blah. So now this is maybe going to go to court. Maybe it should. But here's my point. How dumb do you have to be? And yes, you are dumb. If you want to push a political point of view, that's not the issue here. I have no problem with that. But you're not standing on a street corner. You're not standing in front of the police station or the fire station or a hospital or an abortion clinic, whatever, where the police can be there and they can keep traffic moving. Ostensibly, these people are arguing. And again, I have nothing. If any of you are listening who's affiliated with this group, I have nothing against the protests themselves. I don't lose any sleep or gain any rest or whatever by what you protest. God bless you. But get off the highway overpasses, will you please? That is so dumb. Well, why is it dumb, Paul? Because you're asking people to look up from the road. Yeah, but if it's in the line of sight, oh, don't give me that. Stop that. So now there's a lawsuit that's been filed, and we'll see where this goes. And the judge initially says, well, let's get a response from the state commissioner of security there, Ronnell Higgins. I'm sorry, public safety. I want to get Commissioner Higgins' title right here. Former Yale police chief, by the way. And at the arraignment, a woman here who was arraigned pleaded not guilty to charges outside the courthouse. Visibility Brigade members held banners that read, "Free speech is in danger." How is your free speech in danger when you could protest everywhere? Pretty much, if you get permission to. So you'd rather protest. So what you're telling me, what these people are saying is got to be this, because I can't interpret it any other way. You actively want people to take their eyes off the road and look up at your signs. Is that what you want? You want people who are rolling down the Merritt or the Wilbercross or Route 7 or Route 8 or Route 25 or I-84 or I-91 or Route 7 or Route 6 or 691. You want to say, hey, could you stop looking at the road and look up at my sign, I hate Trump? Okay. Or I love Trump. No, everybody get off the overpasses. You don't belong there. Go protest somewhere else. This is not a free speech issue. This is a public safety issue. Get the hell off the overpasses. Jeff in Westport is here. Jeff, how are you?
Hey, Paul, how are you doing?
Hey, what's up, buddy?
3 weeks. Getting over 3 weeks of COVID.
Oh, man.
Yeah, they're idiots, but they changed my mind when I saw that sign over the overpass. But let's talk about the elephant in the room.
Yes.
How about these wind farms that are going up without any government subsidies because Trump cut all the subsidies out? So guess who's going to be paying for these wind farms now? Us taxpayers.
Well, I don't know whether you saw, Jeff, but a judge lifted that Trump stop on that, so construction will now begin once again.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. He lifted it, but the government's not going to subsidize or give them any money for it.
Oh, I see what you mean, yeah.
So all that money that the government originally from Biden was going to go to that, we're going to have to pay for that.
And I'm anxious to see, and Jeff, glad you're feeling better, my friend. Thank you. 3 weeks of COVID. Yikes, I had it 3 times. And Jeff, the interesting thing to see about this is the cost of that wind electricity. Now, remember, the governor pulled us out of that or had mandated that one of the agreements be redone because the per kilowatt hour cost was going to be excessive. So we'll see about that. Jeff, glad you are feeling better. And Bob in Trumbull is with us. Bob, good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Living the nightmares, Reverend Paul.
Yes.
Well, but I do want to say you are absolutely right. It is so dangerous to have these people on the over. Because think about it.
Yeah.
You got to take a hand off the wheel, hit the horn, and then put your hand up and give them the international sign of disgust.
We're number one. Is that what you're telling them, Bob? We're number one, right?
I think it means something different than that.
Yes, you're talking about the old single digit. Now, see, and Bob, thank you for the call. I don't think, but Bob may be right there. Is there an added, Bob, is there an added safety angle here that what if you do feel the need to give them the, hey, we're number one signal here? And then, as Bob says, you're keeping your attention even further off the road. Come on, people. Get off the overpass. Chris and Shelton, hang on. We'll be right to you after we do this. No overpass protests here on WICC.
Getting through your work week is tough, but the weekend means one thing. Football. And all the best action is heard live on WICC. Every Sunday at 11, the Rudin Report presents Sunday Morning Quarterback, recapping the week of high school football. Then at 12:30, it's time to go pro with the NFL and the Duchess Restaurants doubleheader because Sundays are made for football. Every week this season on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
You can't see it, you can't smell it, but radon gas could be putting your family at risk. Radon is an invisible, odorless gas that could be lurking in your home and cause serious risk to your family's health. Protect your family with a free on-site radon test from Apex Radon Solutions, your local Connecticut certified radon specialist. Apex Radon Solutions is offering free in-home radon test kits to help you detect and protect. Go to apexradonsolutions.com today to get your kit. Healthy air, healthy home with Apex Radon Solutions.
Looking for quality dental care close to home? Columbia Dental in Norwalk is here for you. As part of our robust network of 12 locations, we're open 6 days a week to fit your busy schedule. From routine cleanings and checkups to implants and oral surgery, Columbia Dental provides complete care for the whole family, all in one place. Call us today at 860-645-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. That's columbiadental.com. Your smile, our priority.
Most people want to spend their retirement years at home, but most seniors are not equipped to do it. In fact, according to AARP, 82% of adults ages 50 and up want to remain in their current homes as they age, but only about 10% of U.S. homes are considered aging ready. Hey, Melissa Sheketoff here, and I'm so grateful my grandmother lived with us for more than 20 years. And as she got older, my parents equipped their home in Fairfield to accommodate her needs, and they got in-home care, like Connecticut In-Home Assistance. I believe in-home care made my grandmother's final years comfortable, joyful, and actually made her feel more independent. It also helped my parents to have peace of mind that someone could get her to her appointments, make sure she didn't fall, and allow them to have a loving relationship with her instead of one filled with tension and resentment. Don't wait until it's too late to make your home ready for an aging parent. Get the help you need to keep your loved one at home safe and sound. Check out Connecticut In-Home Assistance at cthomecare.com. And right now, you can even download their free ebook online. Again, cthomecare.com.
It's Duchess Restaurants. It's fresh, made to order, and it's what makes Duchess food so good. Duchess Restaurants has so many choices for breakfast. Bacon, egg, and cheese. On a hard roll, wrap, whole wheat toast, any way you'd like it. Or a Big D breakfast with 2 pancakes, 2 eggs, and bacon, ham, or sausage. You can't go wrong with one of Duchess Restaurants' many items, including breakfast platters, sandwiches, muffins, bagels, and more. All of Duchess's menu items are made to order, adding to their fresh flavor. You gotta eat breakfast at Duchess. Go to GoDuchess.com for the one nearest you. Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food, served fast.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Volume delays are building on I-95 northbound in Stamford between exits 6 and 9, and we're seeing usual traffic flow with no delays reported on the Merritt Parkway. This report is sponsored by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. With your WICC traffic, this is Justin Kingsley.
For this evening and tonight, showers arrive later this evening. There may be a thunderstorm overnight with a low in the mid-60s. On Wednesday, early showers, cloudy and mild with a high in the upper 70s. Scattered showers Thursday with a high in the low 70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Speak your mind, because Paul certainly speaks his. 203-333-9422. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
So it is a misdemeanor, in other words, a small criminal offense, to affix a sign to the fence of a highway overpass in the state. The ACLU has filed a lawsuit in federal court on behalf of 2 members of the group, the Visibility Brigade, that they were holding the signs rather than affixing them to the fences. They say holding the signs is protected under the First Amendment, where affixing the signs to fences is not. Okay, so that's like being a little pregnant. Look, I don't care who you protest for or against, but use some common sense. Get off the overpasses. Well, you know, Paul, maybe the law has to be fine-tuned. Maybe it does. But that's not my issue here. This is just bringing it to light here that some people think it's okay to, on purpose, ask people to look up and not pay attention to what they're doing behind the wheel. We hear this all the time, right? Hey, don't look at your phone. Don't be enthralled with all the gizmos, the touch screens, and everything on your dashboard. So it should be okay to protest for or against. I don't care whether you're pro-Trump or anti-Trump. And again, if you're sometimes when there are funeral processions, whatever, I know that's done as well. Flags are hung and remembrances are, and I'm sure that's done with clearance from the local or state police. But for a bunch of people just to park themselves on an overpass, and not so much that they're protesting, but what they're doing is they are on purpose doing something that could make hundreds or thousands of people either driving or serving as passengers in vehicles every few seconds look up and take their eyes off the road. How smart is that? Come on, stop it. This is instead of worrying about the other side of the political aisle not having any leaders, not having a real platform, not knowing what to do on key issues. We're getting wrapped up in people waving signs on highway overpasses. It's dumb. It just is. I don't care what side of the political aisle you are. It's a public safety issue. Chris in Shelton. Chris, good afternoon. How are you?
How you doing, Paul?
I'm
I
all
just
right,
want
Chris.
to point out that the Connecticut DOT is just as bad as the people on the overpasses in the way.
How do you mean that?
Well, drive sober, get pulled over, or get my daily dose of what that toll is on the highways in the morning on the way to work. They're just as bad as getting your eyes off the road for frivolous stuff.
Well, you look, you may have a point, right? You have those message boards. I get it, but at least that's not a claim of free speech. You see what I'm saying, Chris? In other words, their legal claim is, well, this is an infringement on free speech, where I think it's actually an issue of what you brought up. It's more a public safety issue of telling you, hey, look at me.
And I can see if there's an accident ahead and let you know when something's ahead, but just frivolous stuff. There's no point in that.
Yeah, like have a nice day, Merry Christmas.
Yeah, exactly.
Have a good weekend. Like don't drink and drive. Really, Chris? They have to keep telling us not to.
Thanks,
I didn't
Paul.
know
Thanks for
that.
letting me know.
Chris, I didn't know that. I shouldn't drink and drive, and I shouldn't be watching NFL highlights on my phone as I'm careening down I-91, right? Son of a gun, Chris. I never knew that. Thanks for telling me, okay?
Thank you, Paul.
All right, buddy. Jeez. Oh, man. And again, I can't say this enough. If you want to protest, God bless you. I think we're in deep doo-doo when people stop protesting. Stop. That's not good either. And look, can we just be frank about this? We just be frank about this. I doubt there's anybody who gets home from a hard day at work in maybe Fairfield County, Lower Fairfield County, anywhere in Connecticut for that matter. And he walks in, hi, honey, I'm home. Hi, sweetheart, how are you? Good. How was your day? Honey, it was the funniest thing. What do you mean? Well, I was driving to work this morning and I really loved Trump. I was sitting there in bumper-to-bumper traffic and I said how much I love Donald Trump. Yes, I always know that. And then, honey, on the way back from the office today, yes, I saw people waving anti-Trump placards from the overpass 2 exits down. Really? And now I've changed my mind. Now, oh, that's nice, honey. Can you pick up the dry cleaning tomorrow? Come on. I'm just kidding. Don't get all crazy. You know what I mean. Again, protest all you want. Don't read your own press clippings. Like I said, that's a big thing in our business here. Radio, TV, newspapers. Him. Oh, you mean the guy that likes to read his own press clippings. So, you know what? We'll see how this shakes out. This is going to be interesting here. Because now they're going to say, well, and who knows what the judge will say. But the notion of, well, you can't affix the signs or the placards to those retaining fences to keep people from, sadly, those fences are there with the barbed wire on top sometimes to keep people from, sadly, some people choose to end their lives oftentimes on these overpasses. They got, but they tried to deal with that a few years ago. That's why a lot of bridges have netting under them now that juts out a certain amount of feet so people, can jump into streams and rivers or whatever. I think the Aragoni Bridge in Middletown on the Connecticut River has that. But again, my whole premise of this is it's a public safety issue. And I don't care how much I was for somebody or against somebody or pro this or anti this. It's different holding up a placard, for example, at an intersection in your town or city, by town hall or city hall, where everybody comes to a full stop or they can slow down and honk horns, whatever, versus, asking people, which I guess is essentially what you're doing, right? You're asking people to slow down or maybe even speed up, but take their eyes off of 91, 95, or 84, which I think no matter what you're protesting, for or against, pro or con, is just ludicrous. You're waving your placard there is not the most important thing. It's safety. Traffic and weather together right here, right now on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
An accident on 95 northbound in Milford has the right lane blocked with traffic slowed from exit 36 through the Milford connector. And we're seeing usual traffic flow with no delays reported on the Merritt Parkway. With your WICC traffic, this is Justin Kingsley.
Showers arrive later this evening and overnight. There may be a thunderstorm. It will be mild, below in the mid-60s. On Wednesday, early showers. Cloudy and mild in the afternoon with a high in the upper 70s. And more scattered showers on Thursday with a high in the low 70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Now you can find out who's under the helmet and behind the jersey with the Rudin Report Athlete Profile. High school sports are made great by the student athletes who play them. Check out the High School Athlete Profile, sponsored by BMW of Darien at therudinreport.com.
Selling your home is a big decision. You deserve someone who truly listens and picks up the phone when you call. I'm Jonathan Carbeauty with Carbeauty Real Estate, and we make real estate simple. Whether you're ready to sell, just exploring your options, or even want a cash offer on your property, call me directly at 203-980-6886. No pressure, just real results.
Sell your home smoothly when you call Carbeauty. Go to CarBeautyRealEstate.com.
Want to know how business gets made in Connecticut? Check out the Made podcast at voiceofct.com. It's the official companion to the Made Leadership Series. Want to stay ahead of the curve and learn from top minds? Check out Connecticut-made.com and get made.
What are you doing every day to support your liver? If you enjoy sweets, fast food, alcohol, or take any medications, that's a vital question to ask. Hi, I'm Sherry Torkas, pharmacist and health author. For over 30 years, I've helped people make informed decisions about their health, especially concerning prevention and long-term wellness. Supporting your liver isn't just a wellness trend, it's a daily essential. That's why I recommend Active Liver by New Nordic. It's made with plant-based ingredients like milk thistle, turmeric, and globe artichoke, herbs clinically studied for their protective and restorative effects on the liver. Active Liver blends traditional herbal wisdom with modern scientific research. Not all supplements are created equal. I trust Active Liver because it's backed by science, meets strict quality standards, and delivers true daily liver support.
Protect your liver and give it the support it deserves. Make Active Liver from New Nordic part of your daily wellness routine. Active Liver is available online at Amazon or find it in stores at CVS, Meijer, and now available at ShopRite.
Need metal? Metal Supermarkets, the world's largest small quantity metal supplier, is open in Bridgeport. The metal you need, cut to size and ready fast. Call or visit at 1085 Connecticut Avenue and ask about the other metal services we provide.
At Abriola Parkview Funeral Home in Trumbull, we understand that planning for life's milestones is important. But what about planning for your funeral? While it may be difficult to consider, pre-planning can ease the burden on your loved ones during a challenging time. By planning now, you can ensure that your wishes are honored without leaving emotional or financial strain on your family. Visit Abriola.com to learn more about our compassionate pre-planning services. Plan today for peace of mind tomorrow.
No part of your home is more important than the roof over your head. Hi, I'm Eddie Griffin, the owner of Brown Roofing, your local expert for roof replacement and roof repair. Water resistant, weather resistant, wind resistant, our products offer superior protection that come with a 50-year lifetime transferable warranty. Call us today at 475-445-1195 or visit us at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. President Trump addressed the UN today, criticizing the world body and asking what its purpose is.
I ended 7 wars, dealt with the leaders of each and every one of these countries, and never even received a phone call from the United Nations offering to help in finalizing the deal.
Trump then met with Ukrainian President Zelensky and said NATO countries should shoot down Russian aircraft if they enter NATO airspace. Asked if the U.S. would assist.
Depends on the circumstance, but, we're very strong toward NATO.
Trump was supposed to meet with Democratic leaders for talks on avoiding a government shutdown, but he canceled. Correspondent Allison Keyes.
President Trump is accusing Democrats of threatening to shut down the government unless they get radical left policies that nobody voted for. Senate Minority Minority Leader Chuck Schumer says when you're finished ranting, we can sit down and discuss health care.
On Wall Street, stocks are lower. CBS News Brief, I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Connecticut schools will soon be getting more resources for special education. Yesterday, state leaders announced that Special Education Expansion and Development, or SEED, will be receiving funding made available to municipalities across the state, including urban communities. At the news conference, State Education Commissioner Charlene Russell Tucker said that the program will grant $30 million to ensure that schools have the necessary resources for special ed.
It's a critical step towards improving outcomes and expanding access for students receiving special education services in Connecticut, and it does reflect our collective belief that every child deserves the support, the tools, and opportunities to thrive, no matter their learning needs.
Governor Ned Lamont echoed his previous pledge to help every Connecticut student reach their potential.
In this state, we're all God's children, and we believe each and every one of you has the opportunity to reach for the stars. And we're going to do everything we can to give you the very best opportunity in life.
Almost 95,000 students in the state have been identified as having a learning disability. The U.S. Secret Service located and dismantled a network of telecommunications devices near the United Nations in New York City, where President Trump spoke earlier today, that they say was capable of taking down the cellular network in the tri-state area. A law enforcement official said that the Secret Service began their investigation after they received multiple telecommunications-related imminent threats. Electronic safe houses were found in places including Greenwich, as well as several locations in New York. Investigators discovered, quote, tens of thousands of co-located and networked cellular devices capable of carrying out nefarious telecommunications attacks, consisting of more than 300 co-located SIM servers and 100,000 SIM cards. Secret Service Special Agent Matt McCool said that the network had the ability to disable cell phone towers and essentially shut down the cellular network in New York City, including areas in Connecticut. McCool said the devices no longer pose a threat to the tri-state area. A silver alert has been issued for a New Haven mother and her baby. Police say 25-year-old Aviana Pouncey and her 5-month-old daughter were last seen on Sunday. The woman and child are believed to be traveling together. Anyone with information about the location of Pouncey and the baby are urged to contact New Haven police. Princeton University is taking top college once again. U.S. News and World Report is out with its best colleges rankings, putting the school in New Jersey on top for a second year, followed by MIT, Harvard, and Stanford University and Yale tying for fourth. The University of Chicago, Duke University, Johns Hopkins University, Northwestern University, and the University of Pennsylvania round out the top 10. The schools are ranked on more than a dozen measures, including graduation rates, faculty resources, and research output. A federal judge has ordered the Trump administration to lift the stop work order on the Revolution Wind project.
Another lawsuit and another big win against Donald Trump.
Work on the $6 billion wind farm off the coast of Rhode Island was 80% complete when the stop order was issued last month. The 65-turbine project is a partnership between Connecticut and Rhode Island, as the states will share the generated electricity. Attorney General William Tong is one of many officials from both states celebrating the win.
We need this power. We need this project. And this is a huge win for Connecticut ratepayers, for families. To drive down the cost of electricity is a huge win for our climate, for wind energy, for renewables, and our energy future.
Governor Ned Lamont and Rhode Island Governor Dan McKee hosted a joint news conference earlier today at City Pier, New London, to discuss the ruling. And Stamford police are reporting that their new social media account has already begun to help their police work. The department created a Reddit account just last week, and Hearst Media reports that within the first 24 hours, it had already helped solve a hit-and-run case. Reddit is commonly referred to as the front page of the internet, with users being able to post about specific topics in real time. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
An accident on 95 northbound in Milford has the right lane blocked with traffic slowed from exit 36 through the Milford connector. And we're seeing usual traffic flow with no delays reported on the Merritt Parkway. With your WICC traffic, this is Justin Kingsley.
For this evening and tonight, showers arrive later this evening. There may be a thunderstorm overnight with a low in the mid-60s. On Wednesday, early showers, cloudy and mild with a high in the upper 70s. Scattered showers Thursday with a high in the low 70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Shelton is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
And we initiate the show with this question today at 203-333-9422. 333 WICC talk or text. Do you think it's a violation of the First Amendment right to free speech if the state keeps protesters and signs off of Connecticut highway overpasses? And apparently we're getting into the weeds now. There's a group of protesters called the Visibility Brigade. Some of them, there was a questionable arrest, and now they're splitting hairs as to whether or not there's an actual difference between people waving signs, which to me is worse because drivers are seeing motion there, versus the present law that says, well, you cannot affix signs to a highway overpass. To me, even though there may be a legal hair splitting there, what are you doing on the overpasses? When you get on a highway overpass, to me, now I could be wrong here, to me, you have crossed a line. To me, it's almost like running onto a tarmac of an airport. Right? Well, hey, there's 300 people on that plane. If you wave your signs there, you could get your message across. And by the way, please don't read your own press clippings. All right? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. I got a text on this from someone. And, hi, Paul. Last week in Norwalk, an accident happened by East Avenue, I know the area well, where these protests were occurring, causing a backup of traffic. As soon as you passed it, the traffic was back to normal. All right, so there you go. And Lord knows that East Avenue overpass, which is what? Now I still have the old exit numbers in my head, but East Avenue is, oh no, they're not changing the 95 ones. It's only on the Parkway, right? Yeah, maybe, yeah. So what are we talking, exit 15, 16, 17 down to that area? Yeah, it's exactly what I mean. To me, it's not a question of free speech. It's where are you conducting your free speech? You want to get even if you want to, I've seen people waving placards, say at the top of exit ramps. People have to get off the exit, they pull up, there's generally a light there. I don't know. Congregate over there where people are actually slowing down, where they're not, people lined up in 70-mile-an-hour traffic. For God's sake, don't oversell your own importance, please, will you? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. So I'll keep you updated on how this case proceeds. I guess the judge in the case, or the initial judge in the case, got the complaint from the ACLU and the Visibility Brigade, and there's different layers to this complaint. Is it on the fence versus waving something? Were these people, this woman, the 71-year-old woman, I guess she felt intimidated? Did the state police have their body cams on? This could all be avoided if you just stay off the highway overpasses. Trust me, you waving a placard at a highway overpass is not changing anybody's mind. It's not. I hate to tell you. I know you think you're saving the world. Trust me, it's not changing anybody's mind. The only people who are going to change, does a protest ever change people's minds? I guess it does, maybe, sometimes. But to me, you know what a lot of protests are, and there's nothing wrong with this, but it's just a way for people on both sides of an issue, a lot of times, to get out there and vent, to feel good, to feel that you've done something, which is fine. I'm just begging you, get off a highway overpass and don't do it up there.
Hey, it's Melissa Shekachov, host of Melissa in the Morning here on The Voice of Connecticut. I want to tell you about MADE, a leadership series of events I've been hosting with the Department of Economic and Community Development and the Connecticut Business and Industry Association. MADE is designed to equip Connecticut's industry professionals with the connections, resources, and insights necessary to create opportunity in today's business landscape. Topics included so far: how to attract and keep top talent, and innovation, and the advancements right here in Connecticut. Don't worry, though, if you've missed it, check out what we've learned on the podcast at voiceofct.com. The next MADE series will focus on reputation and how your business can stand out. If you want to stay ahead of the curve in business and build game-changing connections, you need to listen to the podcast. It's on voiceofct.com, and join me at the next MADE event. Details coming soon at connecticutmade.com.
This is an ad by BetterHelp. We've all had that epic rideshare experience. Halfway through the trip, you know their heartbreak, their career path, and they know your aspirations to go find yourself in Portugal. It's human. We're all looking for connection, for someone to listen. But sometimes the people we spill our hearts to aren't exactly equipped to help us through it. With over a decade of data-backed experience from helping millions of people, BetterHelp matches you with a therapist based on your needs and goals. No asking for recommendations or endless scrolling through listings. Simply answer a few questions online and you'll be matched with a therapist, often in as little as 48 hours. Join over 5 million people worldwide who've trusted BetterHelp for their mental health and well-being. Get a therapist who gets you. Visit BetterHelp.com/ABC Radio to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp.com/ABC Radio.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound volume is building from exit 7 through exit 12, and then again from exit 15 up through 22. An early accident in Milford has been cleared, with traffic still slow starting at exit 36. And Merritt Parkway northbound volume is building in Norwalk through Trumbull at this time. With a look at your WICC traffic, this is Justin Kingsley.
Showers arrive later this evening and overnight. There may be a thunderstorm. It will be mild, below in the mid-60s. On Wednesday, early showers. Cloudy and mild in the afternoon with a high in the upper 70s. And more scattered showers on Thursday with a high in the low 70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Preset number 1 on AM and preset number 1 on FM. Back to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
And man, oh man, in the news today, something that's like out of a Bond movie or a Jason Bourne movie or some sort of cheap popcorn thriller on a Saturday afternoon. We wake up and find that the feds, the Secret Service, say they broke up a plot, likely they say by a state actor, to basically, I guess, jam and disrupt and take down, you ready for this, cell phone service in much of the tri-state area. I guess they're thinking that this is aligned or timed with the UN General Assembly in New York today, whatever. And apparently there was an electronic save house involved here in Fairfield County in Greenwich. Wild stuff here. Joining us right now to give us the technical breakdown on this is Quinnipiac University Associate Professor of Computer Science, Dr. Chetan Jaiswal, to explain what exactly happened here. You may have seen the pictures, thousands of SIM cards, cell transmitters, jammers. Dr. Jaiswal, it's Paul at WICC. How are you, sir?
Hey, Paul. Doing well. How are you?
Not too bad. So explain something here, doctor. I mean, I'm looking at this going, wow, all the piles of SIM cards. The feds broke this up. Apparently, they knew something was up. So explain to my listeners here how this would have worked. How would some ne'er-do-well have gone out and do this? And what were they trying to do, do you think?
So I think it's in simple words, they essentially discovered or seized devices that are capable of surveilling and even disabling entire cell networks. Think of them as like weapons that can hijack or block communication channels at scale.
Wow. So the pictures that we're seeing, Doctor, there, the box-type devices, they all have antennas on them, and the role of those and the SIM cards. Now, some of us know what SIM cards and some are, and some don't, but would this be to just cripple the network here? How would they physically going to do this?
So it's a well-known concept in networks, which is called network intensity. In simple words, essentially, it's a denial-of-service attack, if you will.
Yeah.
So, our interstate, I-91, when any highways, every highway, any channel has a capacity. When the number of cars on the road are way less, then the highways, you can go at the speed limit. But when there are too many cars, but still within capacity, you're still moving, but slowly. But when you have more cars than capacity, then essentially it's a traffic jam. Traffic is blocked.
Sure.
That's exactly what's going on here, but in terms of cell service. So what they probably were thinking of doing is having too many connections to the cell towers so that no one actually can connect to the cell tower because cell tower is running at its capacity with this spam fake, cell phone connections.
Wow. So, Doctor, if that happened, then the first step would, I guess, have had to be, and correct me if I'm wrong, the first thing is the authorities here would have had to find out, well, geez, where is this coming from? And I would imagine in a chaotic situation like that, that would be difficult, would it not?
It will certainly be difficult. The idea of distributed denial-of-service attack in which the attackers are not at one location, but they're distributed around the radius of the cell tower, for example. It's very hard to pinpoint one location if that's the case.
And I see, Doctor, that according to the news reports here, I guess they were going to use multiple locations here, including the allegations are a safe house here in Connecticut and Greenwich. So is there thinking there to just create a wide dispersal area for these jam signals? Is that why these sites may have been as spread out as they were?
Yeah, it's essentially trying to evade detection. So if you try to cyber attack from one location, it's rather relatively simple to find the location. But if there's not just one location, if there are thousands of locations, then it's very hard to distinguish between who's real and who's not in terms of these cell phone signals.
Dr. Chetan Jaiswal is joining us, Quinnipiac University Associate Professor of Criminal Science here, talking about the news you may have heard. Chris had it here. It's been all over the networks. Apparently a plot was thwarted by the feds that would have caused a mass cell phone jamming of tri-state area cell phones, New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut. Doctor, how difficult is it for somebody to attain the physical stuff, the SIM cards, the cell blockers and transmitters? Is this stuff readily available? Is it sold on a dark market? Who can have access to this?
I mean, it shouldn't be that straightforward or simple to buy this kind of scale amount of SIM servers and amount of SIM cards that we are seeing in the news. It shouldn't be that straightforward. It should rather be very hard to get 300 SIM servers. That's a very large scale we are talking. So, in my opinion, I think it's not that easy to get your hands on this much amount of devices.
So those SIM servers, what, Doctor, would be a legitimate use for those? I mean, they are made, as you say, they are manufactured. So what would be a correct use for one of those small SIM servers and the SIM cards? Who uses those?
I mean, one of the simple use could be running a call center in which, people can call for help for any company, for example.
Yeah.
Have multiple, input lines or call lines or phone lines coming through for customers around the globe, around the country. That could be one straightforward, simple use case in this situation.
And finally, Professor, I guess there's nothing really people can do. I mean, this is of such a scale that there isn't really anything the consumer can do on his or her end, right? This is something that was done, obviously, with dastardly intentions. Thankfully, it was broken up. But I guess this just shows, does it not, stuff that we kind of don't think of, but we now know is quite possible.
It certainly is. These type of distributed DOS or denial of service attacks are not just fiction. It's very common in websites. It happens all the time that bad actors try to attack websites, but attacking a cell phone tower, it's rather not thought of yet. But apparently, people are trying to work around it. And if the spectrum is jammed or the signaling protocols are hijacked, essentially every device goes dark.
Wow. Quinnipiac University Associate Professor of Computer Science, Dr. Chetan Jaiswal, explaining what you're seeing in the news here, and we really dodged a bullet here. Dr. Jaiswal, thank you so much. We appreciate the time, and hopefully we can talk again down the road. Thank you, sir. I've enjoyed it.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. So there you go, folks. So, one of these safe houses, this was going to emanate, apparently, one of the sites was in Greenwich. Now, they haven't given an address yet. So and they say it may be a state sponsor. Some people are alluding to China or Chinese hackers, whatever. But what the Secret Service broke up this morning, and again, one location was here in Connecticut. An army of what are called SIM servers you put a SIM card in, and then you can cause that server to basically, as Dr. Jaiswal said, overwhelm the cell service in a specific area, and nothing would have happened until they would have figured out where it was coming from. Man, that's some scary stuff here, so good job there by the Secret Service to break that up. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. So it's going to be interesting to see if, in fact, the Secret Service now, again, the safe house here in Greenwich, what's the address, who owns the house? I mean, this is going to be interesting to find out. Now, again, the Secret Service might not, sometimes in an investigation like this, you don't really say all you know. Because remember, if there are bad actors out there and you say X, Y, and Z, then the bad actors in the bad actor department oftentimes will say, well, wait a minute, how do the cops, how do the feds, how do the Secret Service know that who knew that on our end? Oh, him or her, or him and her, or her and that's it. So don't be surprised if we maybe, although I'd be intrigued to find out, where this home or this spot, as some reports are saying, allegedly was in Greenwich. Who owns the house? Which house is it? I mean, I'm sure the feds, the FBI, the Secret Service, right now, they may not say who it is, but I'm sure they have a list of, okay, here are the names, let's go get these guys or gals and sit them down and have a little chat. Oh, can you imagine if the cell phone service in New York City and North Jersey and Fairfield County was jammed? Oh, my God. All righty, traffic and weather together right here, right now, WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound volume is building from exit 7 through exit 12, and then again from exit 15 up through 22. An earlier accident in Milford has been cleared, with traffic still slow starting at exit 36. And Merritt Parkway northbound volume is building in Norwalk through Trumbull at this time. With a look at your WICC traffic, this is Justin Kingsley.
For this evening and tonight, showers arrive later this evening. There may be a thunderstorm overnight with a low in the mid-60s. On Wednesday, early showers, cloudy and mild with a high in the upper 70s. Scattered showers Thursday with a high in the low 70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
The rave reviews for Fairfield Motorworks say it all. Ron in Fairfield bought his Mercedes and says, "Love this place. I've finally found a mechanic I can trust." Diane in Shelton had her Nissan serviced and says, "This shop is the best. They go above and beyond for the mechanics you can trust. Bring your car to Fairfield Motorworks." 203-333-1800. Fairfield Motorworks in Fairfield off exit 25. They keep you going. Fairfield Motorworks, 203-333-1800.
This is your Optimum Beach Report.
Clouds will contribute to a low UV index of 2, and the air quality index sits at a fair 42, and a high chance of rain leaves us with a good rating when it comes to being outside.
Stay ahead of cyber threats with fast and secure fiber internet starting at $65 a month with 99.9% network reliability and speeds up to 8 gig. Visit Optimum.com/business or call 855-2-OPTIMUM today.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart Sellers Ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
Thank you. 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. Now, this story in the news today is a perfect example, as laid out by our last guest, Quinnipiac Associate Professor of Computer Sciences, Dr. Chetan Jaiswal, of why, if you can get one, and especially if it's not any additional cost, why you should still think about having a hard-line phone in your home. Trust me. Can you imagine? Now, I don't think any of my, well, they know now that I'm saying it. I don't think any of my neighbors know. I mean, the maintenance guys do when they come in my condo. I have a hard-line phone. Now, I used to years ago, before it got uber expensive, because the phone company didn't want to deal with it, I had actually a phone that was still tied to the phone company, whatever it was when I took it out 10, 12 years ago. Well, what do you have that for, Paul? Well, what if the cell service goes down and is down for days? And I could still make a phone call to someone, maybe out of the area, in another state, to say, hey, I'm okay, send an email to my son or whatever, his mom, whatever. Bottom line is, if you can get a hardline phone, and most internet providers and or cable companies offer it mostly at no cost, it's part of the package, you should consider doing it. You know, and go to the store, go to Walmart. You can still buy a cheap regular phone that'll plug into your modem, have a landline phone number or a phone number attached to your internet service or your cable service or whatever, because, again, look at what we just dodged today. Who knows how long this cell service would have been out in the tri-state area? Now, again, it doesn't help if the person you're trying to call from your landline also doesn't have cell service, but, you know, at least you could call your job or call somebody you know that has another landline. And again, if you don't want to pay for it, that's fine. I mean, you may pay for it and never use it once in a year, but this is why some people say, hey, we know we're becoming more and more wireless and cellular resilient every day, but, you know, it's always good to have a phone with that ubiquitous little wire plugging into the wall or plugging into your wireless router.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
Is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. The man accused of trying to assassinate President Trump at a Florida golf course last year has been convicted and had to be restrained afterwards. CBS's Christian Benavides reports.
After the jury left the courtroom, Ryan Ruth, the defendant, attempted to harm himself. Just to recap what the verdict was here, a 5-count verdict on federal charges, including attempted assassination of a major presidential candidate. He went off the rails a number of times. He spoke about the Civil War, that he was planning to buy a boat at some point.
Prosecutors say Ruth spent weeks plotting to kill Trump, but did not fire his weapon. He faces the possibility of life in prison. President Trump a short time ago.
Justice was served, and we'll see what happens.
Trump is in New York for the UN General Assembly. He met on the sidelines with Ukraine's president and later said he thinks Ukraine is in a position to win back all of its territory from Russia. CBS's Olivia Rinaldi.
President Trump with Zelensky talking about how to get an end to this war, especially after President Trump had that meeting with President Putin back in August that really has not come to fruition as far as ending the war.
Asked if NATO should shoot down Russian aircraft over its territory, Trump said yes. NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte.
We do not want to see a continuation of this dangerous pattern by Russia, intentional or not. But we stand ready and willing to continue to defend every inch of Allied territory.
Trump was to meet with Democratic leaders today about avoiding a government shutdown, but he canceled it. House Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries.
They refused to even sit down and have a conversation.
CBS's Nancy Cortez.
Now we're just a couple of days away. Often these shutdowns are averted at the last moment, but the fact that the president now says he is not willing to meet with Leader Schumer and Leader Jeffries this close to the deadline is definitely a signal that this could get very rocky.
A federal trial is underway in Seattle over whether Amazon tricked customers into signing up for its Prime service and then made it tough to cancel. Kelly O'Grady is following.
There was a 15-step process to actually go through and cancel it. Now, I'm sure everyone right now is thinking about a particular company that they've had to go through and they're going, wow, how do I cancel this? It just doesn't seem easy. That's particularly what the FTC is accusing Amazon of. Of course, Amazon says, no, we made this very clear that they would be signing up for this, and it was very clear in terms of canceling.
On Wall Street at the closing bell, stocks finished lower. The Dow Jones Industrials were off by 88 points. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Get renter's insurance to protect the things that make your place a home, including coverage for theft or damage. Visit Progressive.com.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Mom, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotion. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotion, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. Consequently, they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a blazing fast 5G network for just $25 a month. Dial pound 250 and say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk, everything you need and nothing you don't.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Police are investigating the vandalism of over 30 grave sites at a cemetery in Ansonia. The damage was reported over this past weekend at the Pine Grove Cemetery. Damage was reported to decorations that include flags, lights, and flowers. None of the headstones themselves were damaged. Police indicate that one suspect has been identified, and they are working to secure an arrest warrant. A Milford man is charged with stalking and other offenses for his actions with a woman. Prosecutors say 46-year-old Frank David made online threats against a 56-year-old woman. The alleged victim told police that she has known David since 2018, and he had posted about her online in the past. The woman became worried when she learned that David had access to firearms and alerted police. A federal judge has ordered the Trump administration to lift the stop work order on the Revolution Wind project.
Another lawsuit and another big win against Donald Trump.
Work on the $6 billion wind farm off the coast of Rhode Island was 80% complete when the stop order was issued last month. The 65-turbine project is a partnership between Connecticut and Rhode Island, as the states will share the generated electricity. Attorney General William Tong is one of many officials from both states celebrating the win.
We need this power. We need this project. And this is a huge win for Connecticut ratepayers, for families. To drive down the cost of electricity is a huge win for our climate, for wind energy, for renewables, and our energy future.
Governor Ned Lamont and Rhode Island Governor Dan McKee hosted a joint news conference earlier today at City Pier, New London, to discuss the ruling. And Princeton University is taking top college once again. U.S. News and World Report is out with its best colleges rankings, putting the school in New Jersey on top for a second year, followed by MIT, Harvard, and Stanford University, and Yale tying for fourth. The University of Chicago, Duke University, Johns Hopkins University, Northwestern University, and the University of Pennsylvania round out the top 10. The schools are ranked on more than a dozen measures, including graduation rates, faculty resources, and research output. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Volume delays building in Stamford from exit 8 through exit 13 in Darien. And again, you're going to have stop and go company from exit 17 through exit 24 for the Black Rock Turnpike in Fairfield. And Merritt Parkway northbound is also building volume through Norwalk into Westport. With your WICC traffic, this is Justin Kingsley.
Showers arrive later this evening and overnight. There may be a thunderstorm. It will be mild in the low in the mid-60s. On Wednesday, early showers, cloudy and mild in the afternoon with a high in the upper 70s. And more scattered showers on Thursday with a high in the low 70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, 2 hours down, 2 to go. Great to have you with us today, every day, Monday through Friday, 2 to 6, 203-333, 9422-333, WICC. Again, the First Amendment in the news again, not about Jimmy Kimmel. By the way, there is some Jimmy Kimmel news above and beyond him being back on the air tonight, but a little technicality with that. Folks in Connecticut won't be able to see it, many anyway. But again, we'll get back to that momentarily. But there is a battle going on now, another First Amendment battle here in Connecticut. There's a protest group called the Visibility Brigade. They've teamed up with the Connecticut ACLU chapter, the American Civil Liberties Union, saying, hey, law enforcement in some ways of telling people they've got to take signs or placards down or can't wave them on bridges and highway and major road overpasses, that they say, and they've complained to a judge, is a violation of free speech. That they should be able to, as you see many times, driving, I don't like it. I think it's a distraction, but you see a lot of people on these major road and highway overpasses here. And the state is saying, well, wait a minute. No, you're not allowed to affix anything to the overpass or the fencing. And the group is saying, well, we can still be up there and we can wave the placards. And the state police and other people are saying, well, you can't be a distraction to motorists. So we're in this gray area. Now, again, like I say, God bless these people for protesting. If they think protesting from a highway overpass is going to change anybody's mind, they're nuts. And maybe they don't want to do that. They understand they say it's their free speech rights, freedom of speech, First Amendment. Okay, but again, freedom of speech is not clear and total. Again, we learned from the Jimmy Kimmel thing and from the Charlie Kirk assassination commentary, free speech does not extend to the workplace. We learned that back in the Colin Kaepernick situation years ago. We also found out that, free speech, at least to an extent, doesn't compromise public safety. So agree or not, that's our question of the day. Is it a First Amendment free speech violation for Connecticut to keep protesters and signs off of highway overpasses? We put that up as our question of the day, facebook.com /voice of CT. Chris, what do you have for us?
Well, Sarah said as long as it doesn't get dangerous. Ed said if the state police decide it If the state police decide it is a safety issue, then it is. And Charlie said it should not be allowed for safety concerns. They can cause a serious accident by distracting drivers.
Yeah, and again, the whole idea of asking a driver to... Now, drivers' eyes wander anyway. We hear this all the time. Don't play with your phone. Don't play with your GPS. Don't get infatuated at road speed or highway speed and, play with the settings on the radio in the car or the settings on the, the environmental system in your car. So to me, and you may think I'm nuts on this, you can counteract me, fine. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. But to me, I think begging somebody to look up at your pro-Trump or anti-Trump or whatever placard is just the height of not being safe here. All right, we'll talk about security in the Middle East coming up right here as we continue on WICC.
This fall, make your daily radio destination WICC. Your weekdays start with Melissa in the morning. Then it's the Lisa Wexler Show. The Download with John Kamal and Chris Williams. And Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli. Local news updates every hour, along with Fairfield County traffic and weather from meteorologist Paul Pioric. Plus, more local news and live talk on weekends, too. We are WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
You've heard the term fall cleanup, and now make sure that getting your trees assessed on your property is part of the to-do list. Hey, Melissa Sheketoff here, and I've told you all about working with K&J Tree Service and having a free tree risk assessment done. My friend Mark over at K&J came out to our home back in the spring, and he identified a couple of trees that could be a real problem. We didn't have to remove the trees, but we did do some work to make sure they weren't going to be an issue if the next storm hit and caused destruction. Right now, as the seasons are changing, it is the perfect time to give your trees the care they deserve. At K&J Tree Service, they're offering a limited time 10% discount on all services to help you prepare your landscape for the winter months ahead. Whether you need pruning, trimming, or complete tree removal, their team of skilled professionals is ready to enhance the beauty and safety of your property. Don't wait until it's too late. Call them directly at 203-248-TREE or schedule an appointment at kjtreeservice.com. Take advantage of the incredible offer right now at K&J Tree Service. Go to kjtreeservice.com.
The following message is brought to you by the Fairfield Law Offices of Estate, Trust, and Probate Attorneys Eliafson and Tenor, online at ConnecticutElderLaw.com. Here is attorney Christine Tenor.
If you are suddenly hurt or seriously ill and can't speak for yourself, what could happen to you and your family and all you care about? Will life-changing decisions be made by strangers? We all face legal, financial, and physical challenges every day at all stages of life. Don't leave important matters to chance, and don't wait until you are elderly. No one can predict what the future holds for us, so even young adults and young couples, everyone, should be prepared for the unexpected. Give your family and yourself the most important gift you can give, the gift of peace of mind.
Visit ConnecticutElderLaw.com. Eliafson and Tenor, 203-336-2566. Protecting your family's future. Eliafson and Tenor. For peace of mind, 203-336-2566.
Ciao from Gusto Trattoria in Milford. With brand new space, delicious food, and welcoming staff, it's a great time to enjoy Gusto Trattoria in Milford. Dine in and enjoy modern and classic Italian specials perfect for the season. For events at home, you'll love Gusto's extensive catering menu. And for special occasions, choose one of Gusto's private rooms with many catering options. It's all at Gusto Trattoria in Milford, located right off 95 at 255 Boston Post Road, Milford. 203-876-7464.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Volume delays building on I-95. Volume delays building on I-95 northbound from exit 18 in Westport all the way through Black Rock Turnpike, exit 24 in Fairfield. And the Merritt Parkway northbound is also slow from exit 44 in Fairfield all the way through exit 49 in Trumbull. Sponsored by the Fairfield Law Office of Eliafson and Tenor. Give your family and yourself the most important gift you can give, peace of mind. Visit ConnecticutElderLaw.com. With your WICC traffic, this is Justin Kingston.
For this evening and tonight, showers arrive later this evening. There may be a thunderstorm overnight with a low in the mid-60s. On Wednesday, early showers, cloudy and mild with a high in the upper 70s. Scattered showers Thursday with a high in the low 70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
As your day winds down, he's only just getting warmed up. You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, 203-333-9422. 333 WICC. We'll get back to open phones momentarily. Joining us right now is a gentleman we tap into a lot here at WICC. Our friend Ken Gray, professor of practice and criminal justice at the University of New Haven, retired FBI agent as well with a long-time career in the Bureau. Talking some international stuff this afternoon. Ken, good afternoon. How are you, sir?
Hi, Paul. I'm fine. How are you?
Not too bad. Ken, you know, we have you on to comment about a lot of things when it comes to law enforcement and security at home and domestically and also worldwide here. And, Ken, I wanted to tap into you today, wondering what you thought and what you folks there are thinking about this recent announcement that's been so controversial over the last several decades about the possible setting up here of a Palestinian state and security guarantees and what that would mean for the overall security picture, as fragile, Ken, as it might be in the Middle East. What are your initial thoughts on that? What did you think when you heard the announcement the other day?
So October 7th was an attack on Israel by Palestinians. This was a terrorist act, and any move by the world to try to recognize the Gaza and the West Bank as countries is rewarding the terrorist act, giving them a reward for this act of terrorism, where 1,200 Israelis were killed in this attack that occurred there in Israel. So, this concept was proposed before when the PLO was in operation and was rejected at that time. And it is likewise being rejected by both the United States and by Israel at this time. But a number of countries are starting to try to add their 2 cents on the matter by recognizing the Palestinian state. France, Starmer here the other day said that Great Britain would recognize them. A number of other countries have recognized them for a period of time already. But in actuality, there is no Palestinian state that it could function at this point as a country. The Gaza Strip has no capability of supporting itself without humanitarian aid coming into that country. The West Bank is an area still under big questions about its ability to function. It's disputed territory. And so I think that despite the fact that there seems to be a rush on the part of several countries to recognize the Palestinian state as a state, nonetheless, it's not ever going to be a Palestinian state simply because of the fact that it can't be. It could not be a country on its own.
Yeah, and Ken, one thing that I chat about with people all the time here is there is, I think, and you can disagree with me or not, but I think we're on the same thinking here, is when people hear the word Palestine or Palestinian state, as you say, there is no contiguous border of something called Palestine or the Palestinian state. You can go back hundreds of years and look at it as a general region, as it's referred to in ancient texts and whatever. But the notion that this was ever a single self-governing incorporated state is not correct, correct?
That's absolutely correct, is that there is no history of a Palestinian country that Israel displaced. And so the idea that the Palestinian state should be recognized at this point would be, again, rewarding the act of terrorism that occurred on October 7th, 3 years ago.
And now, Ken, but again, there could be steps in an ideal world that could foster this. Eventually, we're talking a functioning government, designated boundaries, but you and I, in some sort of, wonderful world, would love to see that happen if everybody was happy. But you could have, as you say, a Palestinian governing authority, but a lot of times the terrorist elements, especially Hamas, they oftentimes don't care about that. That doesn't achieve their goal.
Hamas has one goal, and that goal is the eradication of Israel. When they say from the river to the sea, they're talking about wiping Israel off the face of the earth so that the Palestinians would have all of that territory. And so Hamas is at war with Israel. Israel has been waging that war in response to the October 7th, and they are right now re-engaged with Hamas with their fight in Gaza City. So I think that their most recent attack on Qatar for a group of Hamas leaders, that attack there has put the possibility of coming to some type of peace agreement with Hamas is now out of reach. I think Israel now, their plan is to continue forward with prosecuting the war against Hamas. President Trump today at the UN said that, of course, he is all for ending the war there in Gaza. His point is that Gaza, that Hamas should return the hostages they are holding, all 20 of them at one time, not to release them one and two at a time. He said they should release all 20 of them, plus the 38 bodies that they are holding of Israelis also need to be returned back to Israel. And that only by doing that can they attempt to achieve peace.
Yeah, Ken Gray, finally, looking at the situation now, as you mentioned, in Gaza City, I mean, Ken, I have to think that we are looking at years and years before there is any really functioning daily life in that area. And Israel and the Prime Minister's office has said they want to allow a government to be set up, but still have some sort of, security in that area, security privileges in that area. So, this just seems to me, now I could be wrong here, and hopefully I am, but this just seems to me something that is decades off in the making here.
So the day after is the question is, what do you do the day after the war there between Hamas and Israel ends? How do you start functioning once again? And there is no comprehensive plan in place that has been agreed to by all parties. And so, as you say, the ability to immediately start functioning again as a working authority there to provide not only security in the area, but also to facilitate humanitarian aid and to start rebuilding the area will take decades to do so. Right now, the infrastructure of the Gaza Strip, an area that had been a beautiful area at one point, is now totally demolished. That infrastructure will have to be built from the ground up.
Yeah, tall task. Ken Gray, professor of practice, criminal justice, and longtime FBI agent. Ken, of course, now at the University of New Haven. Ken, thanks. Always great to hear from you. We'll chat down the road when necessary. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Paul.
All right, appreciate it. Yeah, folks, that's just, that's just decades. You're looking at decades here. But again, something Ken has brought up, and I know I could get 1,000 calls saying you don't understand the Middle East. And granted, I have a very cursory understanding there of this. But Hamas, in my simple way of thinking, they could have handed back, dead or alive, tragically, some of them not alive, some of these hostages months ago, this thing could have been over. But it's just not, and it's sad. And I keep hearkening back. I saw this about a year ago. It popped up in my YouTube recommendations because I was looking at some diplomatic stuff on YouTube. I know, boring suburban guy, no life. And it was an interview with a Palestinian guy who I guess had some contacts with Hamas. I don't know whether he was in Hamas. And he basically said, it was a transcribed interview, subtitled, but he said, no, a lot of people underestimated the response that Israel gave. Well, that's what happens. All right, traffic and weather together. News coming up bottom of the hour. And on the other side, some news about more news. Are you waiting to watch Jimmy Kimmel tonight? Well, you may not be able to. I'll tell you why on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Volume delays building on I-95. Volume delays building on I-95 northbound from exit 18 in Westport all the way through Black Rock Turnpike exit 24 in Fairfield. And the Merritt Parkway northbound is also slow from exit 44 in Fairfield all the way through exit 49 in Trumbull. Sponsored by the Fairfield Law Office of Eliavson and Tenor. Give your family and yourself the most important gift you can give, peace of mind. Visit ConnecticutElderLaw.com. With your WICC traffic, this is Justin Kingsley.
Showers arrive later this evening and overnight. There may be a thunderstorm. It will be mild, below in the mid-60s. On Wednesday, early showers. Cloudy and mild in the afternoon with a high in the upper 70s. And more scattered showers on Thursday with a high in the low 70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Selling your home is a numbers game. The more potential buyers who see it, the greater the opportunity to sell. And when your home is listed on Smart MLS, more than 21,000 realtors see it, and so do all their buyers. Suddenly, the number of people looking at your home starts to grow by a lot. More realtors sharing your listing, more people seeing your home, more offers coming in, and maybe more cash in your pocket. Smart move, right? Ask your realtor, is my house on Smart MLS? Smart MLS, the smart way to sell your home.
Here at Stanford Health, expert care begins with a conversation where big innovations are helping the tiniest patients in our NICU, and mental health means community health. Here, we're collaborating with world-class partners like Columbia University Irving Medical Center, Dana-Farber Brigham Cancer Center, and HSS to redefine cardiac, neurological, cancer, and orthopedic care. From the everyday to the complex, Stanford Health. Care. It's different here.
What are you doing every day to support your liver? If you enjoy sweets, fast food, alcohol, or take any medications, that's a vital question to ask. Hi, I'm Sherry Torkas, pharmacist and health author. For over 30 years, I've helped people make informed decisions about their health, especially concerning prevention and long-term wellness. Supporting your liver isn't just a wellness trend, it's a daily essential. That's why I recommend Active Liver by New Nordic. It's made with plant-based ingredients like milk thistle, turmeric, and globe artichoke, herbs clinically studied for their protective and restorative effects on the liver. Active Liver blends traditional herbal wisdom with modern scientific research. Not all supplements are created equal. I trust Active Liver because it's backed by science, meets strict quality standards, and delivers true daily liver support.
Protect your liver and give it the support it deserves. Make Active Liver from New Nordic part of your daily wellness routine. Active Liver is available online at Amazon or find it in stores at CVS, Meijer, and now available at ShopRite.
Experience the range-topping, dual-motor, all-wheel drive sophistication of the Cadillac Lyriq at Cadillac of Greenwich. The Lyriq is the first American car to win the German Car of the Year and offers undeniable style and uncompromising comfort. Or experience the first Lyriq V, the fastest production Cadillac ever produced. Arrive in style with this pinnacle of modern automotive excellence. Visit CadillacofGreenwich.com today and elevate your driving experience with the iconic 2025 Cadillac Lyriq.
Need metal? Metal Supermarkets, the world's largest small quantity metal supplier, is open in Bridgeport. The metal you need, cut to size and ready fast. Call or visit at 1085 Connecticut Avenue and ask about the other metal services we provide.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. A man accused of trying to kill President Trump last year was convicted today and then tried to harm himself by sticking a pen in his neck. CBS's Nancy Chen has more.
A guilty verdict in the trial of the man accused of attempting to assassinate Trump. This was on his Florida golf course last year. Ryan Ruth was convicted of all 5 federal charges against him.
President Trump is in New York, where he addressed the General Assembly at the UN and then held a meeting with Ukraine's president. He signaled his frustration frustration over efforts to end the war and called Russia's president a paper tiger.
It looks like it's not going to end for a long time.
He also said NATO countries should shoot down Russian aircraft in NATO airspace. At a meeting of allies today, Secretary General Mark Rutte.
Allies affirmed yet again that our shared commitment to collective defense is unshakable.
Trump also said today he now believes Ukraine is in a position to win back all of its territory. CBS News Brief, I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A silver alert has been issued for a New Haven mother and her baby. Police say 25-year-old Aviana Pouncey and her 5-month-old daughter were last seen on Sunday. The woman and child are believed to be traveling together. Anyone with information about the location of Pouncey and the baby are urged to contact New Haven police. Criminal charges against former UConn men's basketball star Ben Gordon related to an incident in Stamford have been dropped. Gordon was charged in connection with an incident at a Stamford juice bar in 2023, where he allegedly pulled a knife on an employee and struggled with police. The case was dismissed by a state judge yesterday after it was deemed that Gordon had successfully completed a supervised diversion program. A judge has halted efforts by Bridgeport officials to demolish the long vacant blighted buildings on Cherry Street at Railroad Avenue. Developer Hancock Avenue Partners had planned to turn the buildings into residential units, but Mayor Joe Ganim ordered the demolition after years of delays. However, Hancock Avenue Partners has obtained an injunction temporarily stopping the demolition. A court hearing has been scheduled for October 14th, and the city cannot demolish any part of the buildings before that date. The U.S. Secret Service located and dismantled a network of telecommunications devices near the United Nations in New York City, where President Trump spoke earlier today, that they say was capable of taking down the cellular network in the tri-state area. A law enforcement official said that the Secret Service began their investigation after they received multiple telecommunications-related imminent threats. Electronic safe houses were found in places including Greenwich, as well as several locations in New York. Investigators discovered, quote, tens of thousands of co-located and networked cellular devices capable of carrying out nefarious telecommunications attacks consisting of more than 300 co-located SIM servers and 100,000 SIM cards. Secret Service Special Agent Matt McCool said that the network had the ability to disable cell phone towers and essentially shut down the cellular network in New York City, including areas in Connecticut. McCool said the devices no longer pose a threat to the tri-state area. Connecticut schools will soon be getting more resources for special education. Yesterday, state leaders announced that special education expansion and development, or SEED funding, will be made available to municipalities across the state, including urban communities. At the news conference, State Education Commissioner Charlene Russell Tucker said that the program will grant $30 million to ensure that schools have the necessary resources for special ed students.
It's a critical step towards improving outcomes and expanding access for students receiving special education services in Connecticut, and it does reflect our collective belief that every child deserves the support, the tools, and opportunities to thrive, no matter their learning needs.
Governor Ned Lamont echoed his previous pledge to help every Connecticut student reach their potential.
In this state, we're all God's children, and we believe each and every one of you has the opportunity to reach for the stars. And we're going to do everything we can to give you the very best opportunity in life.
Almost 95,000 students in the state have been identified as having a learning disability. Stamford police are reporting that their new social media account has already begun to help their police work. The department created a Reddit account just last week, and Hearst Media reports that within the first 24 hours, it had already helped solve a hit-and-run case. Reddit is commonly referred to as the front page of the internet, with users being able to post about specific topics in real time. And the Foo Fighters are playing a surprise show tonight at Toad's Place in New Haven. The rock show was announced yesterday afternoon, with tickets going on sale at Toad's on York Street around an hour later. A huge line immediately formed outside the famed music venue near Yale University, and all the tickets to see the Dave Grohl-led band were gone quickly. Jim Koplik from Live Nation told WFSB Channel 3 that this show is one of many that the band is doing at smaller venues around the country.
Well, the band wanted to play a few clubs. We put in for Toad's Place, which has an amazing history, and we were lucky enough for them to say yes.
Admission will be extremely strict tonight, so anyone without tickets is urged not to try and crash the show. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
I-95 northbound is slow from exit 18 with stop-and-go traffic up through exit 27 in Bridgeport. And on the southbound side, it's going to be slow from exit 9 all the way down through exit 6 in Stamford. Merritt Parkway northbound is a little bit smoother right now with normal volume at this time. With your WICC traffic, this is Justin Kingsley.
For this evening and tonight, showers arrive later this evening. There may be a thunderstorm overnight with a low in the mid-60s. On Wednesday, early showers, cloudy and mild with a high in the upper 70s. Scattered showers Thursday with a high in the low 70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Listen to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli while you work. Add voiceofct.com to your bookmarks. The voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9.
Yeah, if you're going to that Foo Fighters show at Toads, be careful where you're walking. Be careful where you park. Don't rush the door. Just act good. Enjoy the band tonight. Yeah, big show. The Foo Fighters at Toads. I was just talking to Chris Williams. I haven't been at Toads in a long time. Probably, yeah, I'm an old guy. What do you want? I probably last went to Toads maybe 15 years ago or so. I saw a guy who's still out there touring at like 89. Buddy Guy. Nobody bends a string like Buddy Guy. So I saw Buddy Guy at Toads. Who have I seen there? Huey Lewis and the News did some club dates back in the day. I saw them. They were testing out material for a new album, an album based on some 50s stuff. So I saw Huey Lewis and the News there. Oh, boy, Southside Johnny. Who hasn't seen Southside Johnny? And who else? Who else have I seen there? Donnie Iris and the Cruisers. Oh, yeah. All the old white guy bands. So enjoy the show tonight if you're going. There's only a few hundred tickets there, so be careful. Enjoy my hometown, the City of Elms, as we continue here at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. I good-naturedly, in all warmth and all smiles, I've never forgiven one of my old radio bosses. He may be listening now. I don't know. We was sworn to secrecy back when the Rolling Stones played Toad's Place, which was 30 years ago, I think, something like that. Whenever that day was, I forgot. The audio is on YouTube. It's not that great, but yeah, that was quite a night. I said, hey, my old friend, thanks for telling me. He goes, I couldn't. I said, I know. That was that show. You talk about a show that was sworn to secrecy. The Rolling Stones, I think that was a warm-up show for the Steel Wheels tour, I think. So there you go. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Got some more Jimmy Kimmel news for you, especially if you reside in the great state of Connecticut. Sylvia, in an area I know very well, Bayshore, Long Island. Sylvia, how are you?
Good. How are you?
I was passing your neighborhood last Sunday. I was heading to a family event in Middle Island, so I passed right by Bayshore.
Yes. Yeah, Bayshore's booming now.
Yeah, well, my late ex-in-laws used to live in Bayshore. They had a condo there, and I always liked it. It was very nice.
Yes, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. And, of course, Connecticut is lovely as well. Passed through there on our way to Mohegan.
Oh, nice. Okay, nice. Yeah. What's on your mind?
Well, I wanted to ask about the signs over the overpasses.
Yeah.
Right? About them being a distraction.
Yeah.
And do you feel that when you're driving down an interstate or whatever and they have like silver or amber alert signs, scrolling information across, or any of those kind of construction information as you're driving, trying to read that. Would you consider those a safety distraction as well?
Somebody else brought that up, Sylvia, previously, and I said, yeah, sure. They could be, absolutely.
How do you think we could solve that problem? Because that's important information compared to maybe somebody expressing an opinion. That's definitely important information.
Yeah, here's what I think, Sylvia, and thank you for the call. And that's an interesting question. Normally, here's what I think. I think the human mind adapts to certain things. And if you see that sign, in fact, I saw one the other day, accident 91 South, right lane closed. My mind, you read that enough, or those sorts of signs, right, that are put up in the spirit of road safety, right? And I think the mind adopts to reading a quick message. The problem I think that I have with the overpass signs is there's no uniformity there. Plus, the road, the overhead signs are not lit up versus the signs about, hey, slow down, don't drink and drive, whatever, which are ridiculous. Who doesn't know you're not supposed to drink and drive? But the signs that we just referred to are there for safety purposes, telling you there is a condition on the roads, okay? The protest signs are people on overpasses thinking that they're changing minds. They're not. Now, again, I don't care if anybody protests anything. And for the record, if you're holding a Trump sign up there on the overpass or something, God bless America, you shouldn't be up there either. All right? A highway overpass is not for you to wave a placard where somebody who could have easily seen accident exit 9 closed is now straining to say, wait a minute, what does that sign say? No. Again, stop reading your press clippings. You're not changing anybody's mind by protesting on a highway overpass. You're creating a distraction that's dangerous. Well, you may say, well, the state signs do that too. Well, guess what? They're the state. You're not.
Touchdowns, goals, spikes. For the most in-depth information on local high school sports and this week's Play of the Week, check out The Rudin Report at therudinreport.com. See and subscribe. Powered by the new Genesis of Ridgefield, located in Norwalk.
Save more on heating costs this winter with this special offer from Hoffman Energy. Switch now and get $125 free heating oil. Visit HoffmanEnergy.com or call 877-359-0623 now.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, ETHOS, ethos.com/Mike.
It's time for the Market Scoreboard Report with Ron and Sana. Now on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Well, stocks tried to close at new records but pulled back after Federal Reserve Chair Jay Powell said a couple of things. One that knocked down interest rates, but a second that knocked down the stock market, suggesting that stocks are overvalued. That led to a sell-off, modest though it may be, in the Dow, the NASDAQ, and the S&P, while he also suggested that the balance of risks in the economy is now tilted toward the labor market rather than inflation. That could open the door to future rate cuts, so bond yields fell in today's trading. The Dow lost 88 points to 46,292 after rallying in the morning falling about 300 points. The S&P down 36 to 66.56. The NASDAQ down 215 points as tech came under pressure today, as nearly 1% decline to 22,573. 10-year note yield slipped to 4.11%. The dollar weakened against key foreign currencies. Oil up $1.34 to 63.62, while gold rallied $22 to 37.97, again flirting with records. President Trump in his speech at the UN said NATO countries should shoot down any Russian planes or drones that fly into their airspace. That may have affected oil today.
What are you doing every day to support your liver? If you enjoy sweets, fast food, alcohol, or take any medications, that's a vital question to ask. Hi, I'm Sherry Torkas, pharmacist and health author. For over 30 years, I've helped people make informed decisions about their health, especially concerning prevention and long-term wellness. Supporting your liver isn't just a wellness trend, it's a daily essential. That's why I recommend Active Liver by New Nordic. It's made with plant-based ingredients like milk thistle, turmeric, and globe artichoke, herbs clinically studied for their protective and restorative effects on the liver. Active Liver blends traditional herbal wisdom with modern scientific research. Not all supplements are created equal. I trust Active Liver because it's backed by science, meets strict quality standards, and delivers true daily liver support.
Protect your liver and give it the support it deserves. Make Active Liver from New Nordic part of your daily wellness routine. Active Liver is available online at Amazon or find it in stores at CVS, Meijer, and now available at ShopRite.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Volume delays on 95 northbound from exit 8 all the way up through exit 14. And you're going to have heavy stop and go traffic from the Sherwood Island connector all the way through exit 23. Stop and go on the Merritt Parkway northbound from exit 15 through exit 19. With your WICC traffic, this is Justin Kingsley.
Showers arrive later this evening and overnight. There may be a thunderstorm. It will be mild, below in the mid-60s. On Wednesday, early showers. Cloudy and mild in the afternoon with a high in the upper 70s. And more scattered showers on Thursday with a high in the low 70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Just a man who has a lot of thoughts. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli is back on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, coming up, I got some bad news for you Jimmy Kimmel fans in Connecticut. Guess what? If you realize, well, I'll tell you that in a minute. You may have to go over somebody's house out of state if you're a big Jimmy Kimmel fan. We'll talk about that. Tim, hang on. We'll get to Joe first in Guilford. Joe, hi. You're on WICC. How are you?
Well, I'm fine. I'm suffering a little bit from PTSD from your talk about having this compromise and the phone and the whole thing.
Okay, but everything's fine. Don't worry. The feds broke up, so we're all good. The feds got the bad guys, Joe. We're all set. We're good.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, we have Experian now. We're like Fort Knox over here.
Yeah.
But
yeah,
we, at one night about 10 o'clock,
yeah,
my husband got a phone call bank. And they said somebody is, and they were in Texas, so it's a different time zone.
Yeah.
And they said somebody's trying to withdraw $4,400 from your bank account.
Oh, boy.
And we always keep a minimum amount in the checking account.
Yeah.
So that was just, so they knew.
Yeah.
And we're like, what? That's when blood pressure and heart rate starts to go up like crazy. And you're insane. You just don't know what to do.
Now, you didn't give me you didn't give me any information, though, did you?
Well, no. But
Good.
they just get it. What they do is they get your account number.
Yeah.
From you. It's easy to get your checking account number, and that's how they enter.
Yeah.
So all of a sudden, when Jerry's talking to the security person, I shouldn't say his name, but anyway.
That's all right.
The phone went blank, was completely dead.
Yeah.
And of course, if we were here, we do not have a landline, but we had a landline in the building. There was a landline in the building.
Okay.
So he went running down to the landline.
Yeah.
And reconvened the conversation.
Okay.
With the security people
at the bank.
And
the security people at the bank.
Yes.
Okay,
and
good.
The whole time these people were trying, it was like somebody beating your door down. They were trying to get into the bank, into the money, and they wanted to take the money. It was so scary. It took us like 45 minutes, of real stress.
But
and
but
tension.
the good news is you were able to you gave the bank the highest. Oh, good. Yeah.
Yeah. And now we did close our checking account, however, and open a new. But it really pays to get those those security things, the identity theft.
Oh
stuff.
yeah. And Joe, I do have to run, but thank you, Joe. Appreciate it. And listen, there's an example of their phone went dead, and they were able to get a call. The bank has these 24-hour security things, and so folks, like I said, if you can get a landline and it doesn't cost you anymore, sometimes depending on your cable provider, your internet provider, sometimes to keep you as a customer, they will say, hey, we can give you a phone number on this too. It's always good to have it. It saved Joe right there and her husband. What did she say? The cell went down, so he was able to dial him up on a landline. So it's good, and believe me, if the cell service is even out for a couple of days, we go back to prehistoric times. We may have to actually use a landline. I have the same landline number I've had for since 1988, whatever. I used to have a landline phone, like the actual phone company phone line. I got rid of that about 10, 15 years ago. But when I upgraded my cable stuff, I said, and they said, hey, we'll give you a landline. I said, well, ain't that pretty? Thank you. Tim in Hampton's here. Tim, how are you?
Hey, buddy, I got 2 Tylenol. Really cheap. You know, you can have them. Okay.
Yeah. I said yesterday, I said, don't take any health evidence from the White House, please.
He said don't take Advil either.
Yeah,
and all these headache medicines, they don't work. And by the way, they have no autism in Cuba. No, none whatsoever.
Really?
Oh,
yeah. Okay. Yeah, I just got that now. Okay. Yeah.
No, and then he turns to the people and says, "Can somebody check on that? You're the one up there on worldwide TV, putting stuff out there about." Which reminds me of, I also wanted to know about. We've got the windmills coming back here.
Yes.
He said that windmills cause cancer. With no proof, and they were delaying the windmills for national security reasons.
Yeah.
Did you hear that remark?
I did hear that. Tim, here's the bottom line with all of this, like I've been saying. With all this stuff, this should be a batting practice fastball for the Democratic Party. It should be. They should be able to rip this pitch out of the park next year and in 2028. We'll see what happens.
Well, I don't know. Is Cuba going to invade Block Island or something? What is going on?
That might be interesting if that happened, though.
Martha's Vineyard or something to that effect.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm gonna go out and good old Next Star in New Haven. Huh?
Well,
you're not going to run. Well. Gee, I don't know. Your phone number is going to be printed all over the place. They have apparently lost almost $4 billion in this fiasco. I don't know if you've seen those numbers.
You mean Disney?
Howard Stern.
You mean Disney?
Yeah, Disney. Yeah.
Okay.
And everybody was out there, saying, we're going to cut Hulu. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. So Next Star, you might be next.
You might be. Tim, thank you. Appreciate it.
Bye.
Yeah. So listen, we'll and again, here's the bottom line. We'll get into this a little bit more next hour. If you want, even if you're not a Jimmy Kimmel fan, but you want to see his return tonight, apparently he's not going to apologize. Whatever, I don't care. But Nexstar owns WTNH, News 8, our friends at News 8 in New Haven. So if your ABC affiliation is on your cable or your internet provider, your smart TV, your cable, whatever. If it is WTNH out of New Haven, they're not going to run Kimmel tonight. So you will have to, I guess Kimmel is streamable or he's on YouTube the next morning, or is it Hulu? I don't know. But here's the bottom line, and Tim, went where I was going on this. If WTNH is your ABC affiliate, you can't watch Kimmel. If your ABC affiliate, if you're in Fairfield County, it's likely Channel 7 out of New York? I don't know. You're okay if it's WABC TV in the Apple, in the big city, okay? If it's WTNH, you ain't going to get Kimmel there. If you are in the northern part of the state and you get what's the ABC in Springfield? Channel 40, I think, WWLP or WLWP or LWWP, WLPW or whatever it is, that's okay. But again, bottom line is, Nexstar's stations, of which WTNH in New Haven is one, they ain't wanting Kimmel. Now, is he going to be on Hulu? I don't know, because Hulu carries the ABC stuff and the Disney stuff. Hulu carries ABC stuff. NBC streaming platform is Peacock, and CBS uses Paramount Plus. So there you go. It was so much easier when we had 3 channels and PBS and rabbit ears. Traffic and weather together right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Volume delays on 95 northbound from exit 8 all the way up through exit 14. And you're going to have heavy stop-and-go traffic from the Sherwood Island connector all the way through exit 23. Stop-and-go on the Merritt Parkway northbound from exit 15 through exit 19. With your WICC traffic, this is Justin Kingsley.
For this evening and tonight, showers arrive later this evening. There may be a thunderstorm overnight with a low in the mid-60s. On Wednesday, early showers. Cloudy and mild with a high in the upper 70s. Scattered showers Thursday with a high in the low 70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Are the taxes on your financial savings cutting into your retirement? Do you truly understand the taxes on your IRAs and 401ks? Would you like a future where your taxes are minimized and investments are sound? If you're nearing or in retirement, have at least a $250,000 portfolio, Bridgelight Financial Advisors can help. Call for a complimentary consultation. They'll show you real tax savings on your savings. 203-795-7080. 203-795-7080. Bridgelight Financial Advisors, your retirement tax strategy specialists.
Hi, I'm Lee Gainham, that garden guy from Gainham's Garden Center and Florist in Fairfield. Do you have questions about your garden? Tune in to that garden guy Sunday mornings at 8 for an hour of lively talk about your favorite pastime. We'll have weekly do's and don'ts and gardening tips of the week for our specific area, and we'll take your phone calls so we can offer solutions to problems you may be having in your lawn and garden right now. Call in and talk with me, that garden guy, Sunday mornings at 8 on WICC 600 and 95.9.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart Sellers Ask. Is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
All right, we'll do traffic and weather together. News top of the hour. Doug, hang on. Dave in Orange. Dave, you got about a minute. What's up?
Hey, I thought it was a flashback with all the acronyms that you were throwing out there. I thought it was back in the military.
Oh, you like
WIBC?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. What else you got, Dave? How you doing today? What do you got?
I'm doing great. Also, too, about the signs. Like every time those electronic signs flash, everybody slows down on the highway.
Well,
it's like a police officer on the side of the road. They all slow down.
Well, yeah. And Dave, thank you for the call. Appreciate it. Yeah. I think people are conditioned to the smaller DOT signs, right? Accident 91 South exit 4. Like you can see that and say, okay, I got that. Or don't drink and drive. Okay. When you're looking at somebody waving a placard from a highway overpass and you're saying, well, what does that say? Who are they protesting? No.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This
CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. The man accused of attempting to assassinate President Trump at a Florida golf course last year has been convicted. The jury took just 2 hours to find Ryan Ruth guilty. He'd represented himself. Criminal defense attorney Joe Tamburino.
Having an attorney means you have a third party who's very well knowledgeable about the law, rules, procedures. You have a professional. You have an expert to be able to look at your case rather than have you make the decisions. He was completely not able to provide himself with a defense.
Ruth apparently tried to stab himself with a pen after the jury left the courtroom. Marshals subdued him. President Trump is in New York today, where he spoke to the UN General Assembly, blasting the world body for not doing enough to end wars.
It's too bad that I had to do these things instead of the United Nations doing them. And sadly, in all cases, the United Nations did not even try to help in any of them.
After the speech, Trump met with Ukraine's president. He says Ukraine could now win back all of its territory from Russia. And as to those Russian incursions over NATO countries.
Do you think that NATO countries should shoot down Russian aircraft if they enter their airspace?
Yes, I do.
Trump also indicated his frustration over countries recognizing a Palestinian state. Phyllis Bennis is with the Institute for Policy Studies.
The votes at the General Assembly in recent days involving a number of questions around the crisis in Gaza and in the West Bank show and in fact escalate the isolation of the United States and Israel.
There was a meeting scheduled for today between Trump and top Democrats as a government shutdown looms. Allison Keyes reports it didn't happen.
President Trump says on social media he will not meet with top Democrats to avert a government shutdown, saying no meeting could possibly be productive. House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries says the extremists want to shut down the government because they are unwilling to address the Republican health care crisis that is devastating America.
ABC's Jimmy Kimmel Live is set to return tonight with millions watching to see if he addresses his nearly week-long suspension. Matt Piper has that.
With Sinclair and Nexstar station groups saying they won't carry Jimmy Kimmel's return, it means 70 stations nationwide will instead air something else.
It's Jimmy Kimmel Live!
The two corporations collectively control about a quarter of ABC affiliates. Bigger cities like Washington, D.C., Seattle, and St. Louis won't see it, nor will places like New Orleans and Nashville.
On Wall Street today, stocks finished lower. The Dow was off 88 points. This is CBS News.
Progressive Insurance, with insurance for cars, home, boat, motorcycles, RVs, and commercial vehicles at 1-800-PROGRESSIVE and Progressive.com.
Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. I don't know if you knew this, but anyone can get the same premium wireless for $15 a month plan that I've been enjoying. It's not just for celebrities. So do like I did and have one of your assistants switch you to Mint Mobile today.
Visit mintmobile.com/radio. Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, equivalent to $15 per month required. Intro rate first 3 months only, then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See full terms at mintmobile.com.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Want to know how business gets made in Connecticut? Check out the Made podcast at voiceofct.com. It's the official companion to the Made Leadership Series. Want to stay ahead of the curve and learn from top minds? Check out Connecticut-made.com and get made.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A judge has halted efforts by Bridgeport officials to demolish the long vacant blighted buildings on Cherry Street at Railroad Avenue. Developer Hancock Avenue Partners had planned to turn the buildings into residential units, but Mayor Joe Ganim ordered the demolition after years of delays. However, Hancock Avenue Partners has obtained an injunction temporarily stopping the demolition. A court hearing has been scheduled for October 14th, and the city cannot demolish any part of the buildings before that date. Criminal charges against former UConn men's basketball star Ben Gordon related to an incident in Stamford have been dropped. Gordon was charged in connection with an incident at a Stamford juice bar in 2023, where he allegedly pulled a knife on an employee and struggled with police. The case was dismissed by a state judge yesterday after it was deemed that Gordon had successfully completed a supervised diversion program. And Stamford police are reporting that their new social media account has already begun to help their police work. The department created a Reddit account just last week, and Hearst Media reports that within the first 24 hours, it had already helped solve a hit-and-run case. Reddit is commonly referred to as the front page of the internet, with users being able to post about specific topics in real time. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Volume delays on 95 northbound from exit 8 all the way up through exit 14. And you're going to have heavy stop and go traffic from the Sherwood Island connector all the way through exit 23. Stop and go on the Merritt Parkway northbound from exit 15 through exit 19. With your WICC traffic, this is Justin King.
Showers arrive later this evening and overnight. There may be a thunderstorm. It will be mild, below in the mid-60s. On Wednesday, early showers, cloudy and mild in the afternoon with a high in the upper 70s. And more scattered showers on Thursday with a high in the low 70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, hey, coming up, our friend Megan Portfolio from the Yankee Institute. She's taking a look back at what special sessions have done in the past. Now, again, a special legislative session is being hoped for by the majority Democrats in Hartford because for some reason they are insistent at doing this housing bill, this affordable housing bill, which is not, people think this is all for affordable housing. It's not. No developers coming in Connecticut and going to build anything unless he or she gets a big chunk of market rate housing, whether it's new construction, rentals, condos, townhomes, whatever. But again, the ruling Democrats in Hartford, they're determined to get something done because they're worried about the far left of their party getting angry, staying home, maybe not voting for Ned Lamont, maybe giving, Aaron Stewart or Jen Tooker or Ryan Fazio a chance coming up next year in an election year. So we'll talk to Megan Portfolio about that. She has gone back and sifted through some stuff in special sessions. I think this thing is all a joke. It's just, this is, and in light of what was published by the Connecticut Mirror the other day, they got a hold of of text messages between Governor Ned Lamont and some Fairfield County legislators, and local officials telling the governor, hey, I'm voting no on this, but I want you to vote yes, because they want him reelected. See, the Democrats are trying to play this two ways. They want Lamont to win. I don't blame him. Listen, Lamont, I think, has done a decent job. He's far better. If you have to have a Democrat, he's about the safest choice. But you have a lot of local Democrats here, some county and town chairs, and some legislators saying, hey, sign it, but I'm going to vote no. So they want it both ways. They want their local constituents, some of these legislators, to be happy with them, but they also want Lamont to win. But this whole thing, throw it out. Just start over. This housing thing is ridiculous. It is a waste of time. We already have the 830G statute. Just go with that. As my mother used to say, Maron, Ufa. Doug in Fairfield is with us. Doug, good evening. How are you?
Well, I want to say thank you for all the local coverage and news you guys broadcast. Yeah. You really do a great job.
You're welcome.
But when it comes to Kimmel and the national scene, I'm not watching Kimmel tonight. I could care less.
Yeah, me neither.
I think, well, that's the way most people feel. I mean, his demographic is like over 55. The TV is watching people go to sleep. That's who watches him, it's not the people are interested.
Well,
in what
yeah,
you've got to say.
but again, it is a big story because it does bring up questions, Doug. A lot of people don't understand the First Amendment, how it does not protect you at work. You know, your boss can say, "Hey, okay, you said what you said. You had the freedom to say that, but we don't have to pay you for it." You know.
Well, you guys do a lot of legal stories. Nobody ever talks about the fact that every lawyer, when they take the oath of office, they give up their right to free speech. They can't criticize judges, courts, rulings.
Exactly.
You know?
And Doug,
well, that's what needs to be fixed.
Well, and you know what, Doug, thank you for the call. Appreciate it. Look, I can't say anything in my job here. Nobody has, and Doug, thank you for the call once again, but nobody has complete freedom of speech in the workplace. Or as Doug said, lawyers when it comes to prosecutors and judges. There's two levels of freedom of speech. You can say anything that cannot be muzzled by the government. Okay, the government cannot muzzle you. You have every right to walk out of wherever you are now, your house, your condo, and everything, or your place of work, go down to the corner, get a megaphone, and start yelling into it. Technically, unless you're threatening people or you're causing a noise nuisance, nobody can stop you from that. But in the workplace, we learned this in the Colin Kaepernick case back in, 2016? The San Francisco 49ers said, Colin, we know you're passionate about this and that, but you are at the workplace. Now, we know you think, for whatever you were told, this is a freedom of speech issue. It's not. It's Employment Law 101. You don't have the right, when you are wearing our uniform on a Sunday afternoon or a Monday night or a Thursday night, to say what you want with our uniform on. After the game, before the game, during the week, after practice, do whatever you'd like. All right, let's check in with Megan Portfolio. We'll do that and more coming up right here. This is WICC.
Did you run out of the house and miss breakfast? And now there's nothing in the office kitchen? Then you need the WICC's City Line Florist Breakfast Brigade. We'll bring delicious treats from Cakes by Sonia and make our way around southern Connecticut until we reach your office. Sign up at voiceofct.com and the WICC's City Line Florist Breakfast Brigade will be on the way.
The following message is brought to you by the Fairfield Law Offices of Estate, Trust, and Probate Attorneys Eliafson and Tenor, online at ConnecticutElderLaw.com. Here is attorney Christine Tenor.
If you are suddenly hurt or seriously ill and can't speak for yourself, what could happen to you and your family and all you care about? Will life-changing decisions be made by strangers? We all face legal, financial, and physical challenges every day at all stages of life. Don't leave important matters to chance, and don't wait until you are elderly. No one can predict what the future holds for us. So even young adults and young couples, everyone, should be prepared for the unexpected. Give your family and yourself the most important gift you can give, the gift of peace of mind.
Visit ConnecticutElderLaw.com. Eliafson and Tenor, 203-336-2566. Protecting your family's future. Eliafson and Tenor. For peace of mind, 203-336-2566.
Looking for quality dental care close to home? Columbia Dental in Norwalk is here for you. As part of our robust network of 12 locations, we're open 6 days a week to fit your busy schedule. From routine cleanings and checkups to implants and oral surgery, Columbia Dental provides complete care for the whole family, all in one place. Call us today at 860-645-0111 or visit ColumbiaDental.com. That's ColumbiaDental.com. Your smile, our priority.
In our effort to give dissemination of notice to nonprofit agencies, Connoisseur Media invites these agencies to request notification of job openings. To register your nonprofit agency for notifications of job openings at all Connoisseur Media stations in Connecticut, call us at 203-783-8200. Ask for Tristan Holler, and be sure to give us your name, address, phone number, and a contact person at the agency. If you're on our notification list and have changes or updates, call us at 203-783-8200. Ask for Tristan Holler. Connoisseur Media is an equal opportunity employer.
Hi, this is David from Standard Oil. Do you know why Standard Oil was voted best oil company in Connecticut? Great service, day or night. If you have a heating emergency at 2 a.m., Standard Oil has service technicians who work through the night to ensure fast response to heating emergencies, usually within 2 hours. Most importantly, great service means truly knowledgeable technicians who care about customers. For great service, day or night, call Standard Oil or visit us online at standardoil.com.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, cadillacofgreenwich.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Still seeing some volume delays on 95 northbound from exit 8 in Stamford all the way through exit 14. And heavy stop and go from the Sherwood Island connector in Westport through exit 23 in Fairfield. Stop and go on the Merritt Parkway northbound from exit 15 through exit 19. This report is sponsored by Brown Roofing, Fairfield County's premier roofing replacement, repair, and gutter contractor. Contact Brown Roofing today at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down.
For this evening and tonight, showers arrive later this evening. There may be a thunderstorm overnight with a low in the mid-60s. On Wednesday, early showers, cloudy and mild with a high in the upper 70s. Scattered showers Thursday with a high in the low 70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Everything you need to know to stay informed. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli is back on the voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
All right, that's us. Back to open phones momentarily at 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. It's that time of the week again, yes, 5:15. Tuesdays, we check in with Megan Portfolio. She, of course, the author on a weekly basis, sometimes multiple times a week, of the Hartford Portfolio blog at the Yankee Institute. Megan, good evening. How are you?
Hey, good evening, Paul. I'm doing well. If I have to write more than once a week, that means the government is doing real bad things.
So listen, before we get into your latest piece here, what are you going to do tonight? Because Channel 8's not carrying the return, the resurrection of Jimmy Kimmel. So what are you going to do tonight at like 11:30?
Well, I'm 50, so I'm in bed by like 10. So I don't know like Jimmy who.
You're like me. Yeah, but apparently Channel 8 is not carrying it. So there you go.
You know, they have whatever. I mean, it's I don't know. I have no comment on it. If they want to air it, they can air it. If not, then don't.
Exactly.
I'm not either way. I'm not watching.
I don't get me neither. All right. So again, we despite all these other stories coming out about revelations, about emails and text messages regarding this supposed special session that we have to have for this housing bill, you've gone back and looked at what past special sessions, like what has happened, good, bad, and ugly here. So again, this plays into something you and I have talked about with our legislature not using their time wisely. So we have these special sessions, and what were you able to look back on here?
Well, apparently we have Timu lawmaking here in the state because, oh my God, hopefully my boss isn't listening. I'm going to get yelled at for that.
Oh boy! Oh boy!
Oh boy! I'm in trouble. Well, we've seen this film before. As recently as February, they called them in for a special session because. They needed to appropriate $40 million for special ed, but it wasn't just special ed. All of a sudden, I wake up and there's this multi-page bill, and now we're appropriating funds to Planned Parenthood, refugee, resettlement organizations, LGBTQ organizations, but no public hearing, no nothing. No explanation of what this money is being used for, and it passes. And it's just year after year they do this to us. 2024 they did it. They were supposed to there was some issue with assessing motor vehicles for the property taxes, and all of a sudden I remember that was like almost a 200-page bill, and I'm like, what is this water company thing? Aquarian water,
the sale of Aquarian, all that too.
And now I'm reading all these headlines like, this could jack up a utility rate, water rates for these people that are serviced, in that area. It's like, it's ridiculous. And in 2023, again, it was they do this with the budget and implementer bill. Hundreds and hundreds of pages. They plop it on your desk 2 hours before they vote on it. And it's like, we'll find out what's in it before, after we vote on it. And it's going to be the same with this housing bill. I mean, it's a pattern with these people in Hartford.
See, I don't think, Megan, I just think the more this goes on, now they're talking about later on next month, Do you really think that Lamont wants to do this heading into an election here? In light of those, thankfully, the Connecticut Mirror dove into some of those text messages.
Oh, that was a great article by Ginny Monk. Oh, my goodness.
Yes, and you have legislators down here saying, well, listen, I'm voting no, Governor, but you should really sign it. I mean, come on. This is legislative slop, and it drives me nuts.
We literally are seeing in real time how the sausage is made. This is what it passes as lawmaking in this state.
Oh,
backdoor shady deals. And we're electing you to go to Hartford to represent us. I mean, and they treat us as if it's like a need to know basis. And no, it is a no basis. Like I get all the lawmakers' emails with their, weekly recaps. I don't see anything about the housing bill in here that's so important that we can't wait till February. Instead, that's like they want to talk about, the little fair that's going on and this little event. No, when you send out these updates, why don't you let us know what's going on? What are you guys thinking?
Yeah.
Let us know. But no, we're a need-to-know basis in this state, apparently.
And again, and we came off the long session this year where they had like 6 months to get this stuff done. And again, I don't know, they just the waste of time here, the waste of resources, debating bills if they know they're never going to get out of committee. I mean, what a cluster. It's just.
I wrote about this a few weeks ago.
Yeah.
I can't remember how many, but there was like thousands of bills, and our hit rate of passage is one of the worst in the entire country.
Now, do we know, Megan? Do we know with this housing bill? Because you're a little more connected to this than I am. Do we know whether or not there's going to be any sort of public hearings on this or public inputs? Because I know the Republicans have told me they've been already shut out of this process. There's no input on this special session process for housing. So is the public going to get any say on this, quote unquote, I'm doing my air quotes now, revamped bill or not?
I have friends in low places, but none of them. No one knows anything. It's the best kept secret in the state right now. But I would imagine they're going to do what they always do. It'll be an emergency certification, which bypasses all the public hearing, bypasses the committee process. And it'll be this ridiculous omnibus bill with pick whatever progressive menu item of the day is will be included in it. And I'm going to be like, what the heck is this?
Hey, it's just mind-numbing. It is mind-numbing. All right, folks, once again, it's the Hartford Portfolio, Megan Portfolio, the author, and this week she looks back at all the special session stuff, or as I like to put it, the legislative slop that happens because our lawmakers don't know what to do with the time they have.
Oh, I might try to use that sometime, legislative slop, but I think my editor might pull that out.
Here you go. Come on. I used to write a couple of newspaper columns, and I was like, what did you pull that out for? And he goes, please, you're asking me why I edit you? So
you feel my pain.
So I went to talk radio. Now you know why. All right, Megan, be good.
Bye.
Bye. There you go. Yes, legislative slop. They're talking about this freaking housing bill like it's going to bring Jesus back down to earth. Stop it. Stop it. This is not how you legislate. You don't do this stuff in secret. Stop it. And hopefully the governor vetoes it again. I know he's worried about getting reelected. I get it. Ned, Your Excellency, if we get another helping of legislative slop or chip beef on toast, you know what they call that, on a shingle, veto it, Governor, please. Jose in Shelton's here. Jose, how are you?
Hey, how you doing, Paul? What's going on?
You are, man. You are.
I had a nip today.
You did?
Yes.
Not while you're driving.
No, of course not.
Of course
anyway.
not. So wait a minute. Wait a minute. What kind of nip was it? Fireball? What are you doing?
Here, I got the specifics for you.
All right, go ahead.
I forgot the name of it. Number 7, Old Guard Jack Daniels.
Now see, I'm a Jack Daniels man. I like a little Jack Daniels.
I love it. And here's another thing, Paul.
Yeah.
I looked on it. They do got bottle return on it. It's a nickel.
Yeah. And then the money.
And here's another.
Yeah.
Here's another story. I went to the Guilt for Fear Sunday with my son.
Yeah.
I met this lady there. We kind of, vibe together.
Whoa.
Guess what she pulls out of her hat?
A nip? Oh, come on. So wait a minute now. Hold on. Did we, you said you vibed together. Did we was there a phone number exchange? What's going on here?
Just I'm a happily married man.
Oh,
okay. We had a good time together.
I don't want to get you in trouble here, Jose.
Yeah, don't get me in trouble. My wife listens to the show.
Well, good for her.
Call a divorce lawyer.
Well, yeah.
But anyway, we were vibing.
Yeah.
We liked the same music. We were talking about what concerts we went to.
Yeah.
And out of the sky, she pulls a nip.
Yeah, well.
I felt like asking, let me get a zip of that nip.
That's right. Jose.
Because I think you can't go interfere with alcohol. No alcohol.
Well, hey, Jose, good to hear from you, man.
The nip in.
Yeah, all right. Jose's got stories about. Jose's our nip expert. So he had a little Jack Daniels nip day. As long as you're not driving or using heavy equipment, nothing wrong with a little imbibing. You know what my philosophy is on nips, though. We've gone over this over and over. But the redemption money goes back to the cities and towns for environmental reasons. I guess that's okay. Jose, good to hear from you. Hey, Jose, why don't you go up to Hartford there, get your fellow Democrats aside and say, forget this affordable housing bill till next year. Stop it. All right. Traffic and weather together, news and a nip on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound, you have volume delays starting at exit 17, taking you through exit 23 in Fairfield. And we have some heavy stop and go in Norwalk on the Merritt Parkway northbound between exit 17 and exit 21. On the southbound side, Merritt Parkway from Milford exit 37 down to exit 32, you're going to see some company there as well. This traffic report is sponsored by Optimum Business. Stay ahead of cyber threats with fast and secure fiber internet starting at $65 a month with 99.9% network reliability. Visit Optimum.com/business today. With your WICC traffic, this is Justin Kingsley.
Showers arrive later this evening and overnight. There may be a thunderstorm. It will be mild, below in the mid-60s. On Wednesday, early showers. Cloudy and mild in the afternoon with a high in the upper 70s. And more scattered showers on Thursday with a high in the low 70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Hand me those binoculars. Wow, those are some big bucks.
Big bucks.
Biggest I've seen.
Just waiting to be scratched. Play the new Big Bucks, Mega Bucks, and Jumbo Bucks scratch tickets from the Connecticut Lottery for a chance at up to $100,000. Overall odds by game: Big Bucks 1 in 4.06, Mega Bucks 1 in 3.89, Jumbo Bucks 1 in 3.65. Second chance odds depend on entries received. Must be 18 or older. Problem gambling helpline. Call 888-789-7777.
Hello, my name is Bob Cinto, and I would like to rent you office space. The reason we've done so well is that we put our tenants in front of everything else we do. Your growth is my growth. Your success is my success. And I would love to show you some beautiful properties if you should need space. Thank you.
Start online, SCINTO.com.
What are you doing every day to support your liver? If you enjoy sweets, fast food, alcohol, or take any medications, that's a vital question to ask. Hi, I'm Sherry Torkas, pharmacist and health author. For over 30 years, I've helped people make informed decisions about their health, especially concerning prevention and long-term wellness. Supporting your liver isn't just a wellness trend, it's a daily essential. That's why I recommend Active Liver by New Nordic. It's made with plant-based ingredients like milk thistle, turmeric, and globe artichoke, herbs clinically studied for their protective and restorative effects on the liver. Active Liver blends traditional herbal wisdom with modern scientific research. Not all supplements are created equal. I trust Active Liver because it's backed by science, meets strict quality standards, and delivers true daily liver support.
Protect your liver and give it the support it deserves. Make Active Liver from New Nordic part of your daily wellness routine. Active Liver is available online at Amazon or find it in stores at CVS, Meijer, and now available at ShopRite.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. The man accused of attempting to assassinate Donald Trump at a Florida golf course last year has been convicted. Correspondent Matt Piper.
Ryan Ruth represented himself in the trial. He was found guilty of all 5 charges, which included attempted assassination of a major presidential candidate and assaulting a federal officer.
Prosecutors say Ruth plotted the attack for weeks but never fired a weapon. President Trump said afterwards justice was served. The president's in New York for the UN General Assembly, where recognition of a Palestinian state has taken center stage, as Nancy Cortez reports.
So many countries, including U.S. allies, are embracing the prospect of a Palestinian state is actually going to embolden Hamas and cause this war with Israel to drag out even longer. A very strong critique by this president, not only of UN member countries, but the UN itself.
CBS News Brief, I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
The U.S. Secret Service located and dismantled a network of telecommunications devices near the United Nations in New York City, where President Trump spoke earlier today, that they say it was capable of taking down the cellular network in the tri-state area. A law enforcement official said that the Secret Service began their investigation after they received multiple telecommunications-related imminent threats. Electronic safe houses were found in places including Greenwich, as well as several locations in New York. Investigators discovered, quote, tens of thousands of co-located and networked cellular devices capable of carrying out nefarious telecommunications attacks, consisting of more than 300 co-located SIM servers and 100,000 SIM cards. Secret Service Special Agent Matt McCool said that the network had the ability to disable cell phone towers and essentially shut down the cellular network in New York City, including areas in Connecticut. McCool said the devices no longer pose a threat to the tri-state area. Connecticut schools will soon be getting more resources for special education. Yesterday, state leaders announced that Special Education Expansion and Development, or SEED funding, will be made available to municipalities across the state, including urban communities. At the news conference, State Education Commissioner Charlene Russell Tucker said that the program will grant $30 million to ensure that schools have the necessary resources for special ed students.
It's a critical step towards improving outcomes and expanding access for students receiving special education services in Connecticut, and it does reflect our collective belief that every child deserves the support, the tools, and opportunities to thrive, no matter their learning needs.
Governor Ned Lamont echoed his previous pledge to help every Connecticut student reach their potential.
In this state, we're all God's children, and we believe each and every one of you has the opportunity to reach for the stars. And we do everything we can to give you the very best opportunity in life.
Almost 95,000 students in the state have been identified as having a learning disability. A silver alert has been issued for a New Haven mother and her baby. Police say 25-year-old Aviana Pouncey and her 5-month-old daughter were last seen on Sunday. The woman and child are believed to be traveling together. Anyone with information about the location of Pouncey and the baby are urged to contact New Haven police. Police are investigating the vandalism of over 30 grave sites at a cemetery in Ansonia. The damage was reported over this past weekend at the Pine Grove Cemetery. Damage was reported to decorations that include flags, lights, and flowers. None of the headstones themselves were damaged. Police indicate that one suspect has been identified, and they are working to secure an arrest warrant. A Milford man is charged with stalking and other offenses for his actions with a woman. Prosecutors say 46-year-old Frank David made online threats against a 56-year-old woman. The alleged victim told police that she has known David since 2018, and he had posted about her online in the past. The woman became worried when she learned that David had access to firearms and alerted police. A federal judge has ordered the Trump administration to lift the stop work order on the Revolution Wind project.
Another lawsuit and another big win against Donald Trump.
Work on the $6 billion wind farm off the coast of Rhode Island was 80% complete when the stop order was issued last month. The 65-turbine project is a partnership between Connecticut and Rhode Island, as the states will share the generated electricity. Attorney General William Tong is one of many officials from both states celebrating the win.
We need this power. We need this project. And this is a huge win for Connecticut ratepayers, for families. To drive down the cost of electricity is a huge win for our climate, for wind energy, for renewables, and our energy future.
Governor Ned Lamont and Rhode Island Governor Dan McKee hosted a joint news conference earlier today at City Pier, New London, to discuss the ruling. Princeton University is taking top college once again. U.S. News and World Report is out with its best colleges rankings, putting the school in New Jersey on top for a second year, followed by MIT, Harvard, and Stanford University, and Yale tying for fourth. The University of Chicago, Duke University, Johns Hopkins University, Northwestern University, and the University of Pennsylvania round out the top 10. The schools are ranked on more than a dozen measures, including graduation rates, faculty resources, and research output. And the Foo Fighters are playing a surprise show tonight at Toad's Place in New Haven. The rock show was announced yesterday afternoon, with tickets going on sale at Toad's on York Street around an hour later. A huge line immediately formed outside the famed music venue near Yale University, and all the tickets to see the Dave Grohl-led band were gone quickly. Jim Koplik from Live Nation told WFSB Channel 3 that this show is one of many that the band is doing at smaller venues around the country.
Well, the band wanted to play a few clubs. We put in for Toad's Place, which has an amazing history, and we were lucky enough for them to say yes.
Admission will be extremely strict tonight, so anyone without tickets is urged not to try and crash the show. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, you have volume delay starting at exit 17, taking you through exit 23 in Fairfield. And we have some heavy stop and go in Norwalk on the Merritt Parkway northbound between exit 17 and exit 21. On the southbound side, Merritt Parkway from Milford exit 37 down to exit 32, you're going to see some company there as well. This traffic report is sponsored by Optimum Business. Stay ahead of cyber threats with fast and secure fiber internet starting at $65 a month with 99.9% network reliability. Visit Optimum.com/business today. With your WICC traffic, this is Justin Kingsley.
For this evening and tonight, showers arrive later this evening. There may be a thunderstorm overnight with a low in the mid-60s. On Wednesday, early showers, cloudy and mild with a high in the upper 70s. Scattered showers Thursday with a high in the low 70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
If Norwalk is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, before we go back to the phones, Dave, hang on. Little update of a story here. We've been following this. One of the state union locals, AFSCME, the American Federation of State Council and Municipal Employees, AFSCME Local 4, has come out with a statement there telling Governor Ned Lamont, please, love you, but let's not invest any of our pension money into possible purchase of at least a portion of the Connecticut Sun. Two things here. I contacted AFSCME today, Local 4, very nice people. We chatted for a while. They were given an opportunity to come on the show here and just do a little chat about why they're against this. But they got back to me and they said right now with the way things are, they just want to go with the statement they put out on their Facebook page, which is what I read the other day. So if you're a state union employee and you want to know what AFSCME Local 4 is saying, go to their they have a Facebook page, and they put they ended up putting their statement there telling the governor, hey, invest our pension stuff in other stuff, not, a professional women's basketball team. The governor also was asked about this courtesy of CTN, the Connecticut network there, ct-n.com. Great people, the state version of C-SPAN. And the governor was asked, I guess he was at something on the shoreline, maybe having to do with the restart of the wind project, saying, hey, Governor, what are we doing here? What are you saying about the Connecticut Sun investment? What about the state treasurer, Eric Russell?
Well, Look, the treasurer wouldn't be considering it if he didn't think it was a really good investment. Not just a good investment for the state, but a good investment for the state pension funds and the pensioners. It was a pretty darn good investment for Mohegan Sun, wasn't it?
All right, so there you go. So there's Governor Ned Lamont saying, hey, the Mohegan Sun bought this franchise. They used to be called the Orlando Dream. The NBA team, of course, is the Orlando Magic. To get the Disney tie-in, the Orlando Dream, it went from $10 million to $350 million. All right, so there you go. Now, it's important to realize that Connecticut's setup with the state treasurer about the investments, Eric Russell, Connecticut's one of those states. We have a very strong state treasurer statute and position. Other states actually have boards of people, 4, 6, 8, 10 people who actually vote yay or nay, who would vote yay or nay on an investment like this. I believe there may be an advisory board here in Connecticut on this, kind of a sounding board, but I think the state treasurer, Eric Russell, would have the final say. So we shall see. All right. Back to the phones. Dave in Branford. Dave, good evening, sir. How are you?
Good evening, Paul. Just because it's on your news, it's been a month since we talked about it.
Yeah.
The brand new, shiny, well, it's about 10 years old,
Yeah.
maybe 15. The wind generator,
Yeah.
the electric wind generator in the East River,
Yeah.
north of the Pearl Harbor Memorial Bridge.
Now, I did get a couple of text messages on that, Dave. Last time we talked, somebody said, and maybe you have more info here. Somebody said it belongs to a private company.
So the point I'd like to make is,
Yeah.
since about July 4th, I go over that bridge about 3 times a week.
Okay.
That thing hasn't spun in about 3 months.
Yeah.
And so because we're hearing William Tong say how absolutely necessary it is
Okay.
to promote the shiny new object of wind turbines that Trump is choking off, we can't even oil and put air in the tires on our existing wind turbine. It reminds you of a kid. The tires are flat and the chain is rusty on his bike. It says, I need a new one. And you say, pump up the tire and oil the darn thing. Obviously, the electric turbine is not even worth the money it takes to send a guy up on a gantry, and kickstart it. I don't know what's wrong with it, but it hasn't spun in 3 months.
Yeah.
And it was put up as a virtual signal. And, it's given off a very bad signal.
Yeah.
It never works.
Okay.
So that's my idea of a wind turbine. Never works.
That's it. That's it. Anything else, Dave, and happy little Branford out there or not?
No, I find, I tried. If you stick to one subject, it works better. Thank you.
All right, Dave. Less is more. Dave, I have a feeling that Dave gets the old journalistic query here that we're all given in journalism school. Fewer words. Less is more. The fewer words we all use in this business, the more powerful each one needs to be.
Many tire dealers will sell you Falcon tires, but Town Fair Tire doesn't just sell Falcon tires, they sell them at the guaranteed lowest price. Plus, they give you free services for the life of your Falcon tires. That's an unbeatable deal only Town Fair Tire can offer, because Town Fair Tire is New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer. Nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal, and I mean nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Recently, 1 in 4 people surveyed by Bankrate.com say they're literally losing sleep because of worries that they might not have saved enough to retire. Pretty much adds up because the number one fear of planning for retirement is running out of money. So if you're ready to get serious about planning for your future, you could start by listening to Mastering Your Wealth with host David Gagnon of First Financial Planners. Tune in Saturday mornings at 8 right here on WICC 600. Also get more details online at masteringyourwealthradio.com.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-859-3220. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 to 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-859-3220. That's 800-859-3220 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-859-3220. 800-859-3220.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Mare Parkway northbound is still heavy stop and go between exits 17 and 21, and again between exits 41 and 50 on the northbound side. Slow-moving traffic on the Mare Parkway southbound from Milford exit 37 down to exit 32. Still seeing some volume delays on 95 northbound from Westport exit 17 up through exit 23 in Fairfield. And some heavy stop-and-go volume on I-95 southbound from exit 46 on Long Wharf down to exit 43. With your WICC traffic, this is Justin Kingsley.
Showers arrive later this evening and overnight. There may be a thunderstorm. It will be mild, below in the mid-60s. On Wednesday, early showers. Cloudy and mild in the afternoon with a high in the upper 70s. And more scattered showers on Thursday with a high in the low 70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Fairfield County news and talk every afternoon. Back to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
And then I'm doing this as a public service because I'm guessing more people than usual may stay up tonight. But if you're in Connecticut, if your ABC affiliate is WTNH News 8 out of New Haven, they are not carrying Jimmy Kimmel Live tonight. So you can either watch it. I guess if you have Hulu, I have Hulu, but I get it free. So I'm not going to cancel it. It's with my cell phone bill. I get, what do I get? I get the ESPN Plus, which is good because sometimes I'm on ESPN Plus. Like this Friday. I'll be off Friday, but at 6 o'clock Eastern, I'll be on ESPN Plus, Quinnipiac Women's Hockey. Thank you very much. But I get ESPN Plus. I get Hulu, the basic Hulu. And what the heck is the third? Oh, Disney Plus. I never watched Disney Plus. Whatever. So you may be able to watch Kimmel with that. I don't know. But if it's WTNH News 8 as your ABC affiliate here, you ain't going to see it. Next Star ain't carrying it. So you got to go over somebody's house if they get Channel 7 out of New York or Channel 40 out of Springfield. Other than that, you out of luck, babe. What can I tell you? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. You may have heard some, and I'm just laughing because Donald Trump today, I don't know whether you saw or heard any of it, he carpet bombed, he boat raced, he carpet bombed the UN today, saying a lot of stuff that a lot of Americans have been saying for years, but you can't really say it out loud because, well, you know, we love the UN. We do. What do they exactly do? We actually asked that today, which I found very refreshing. In fact, I was watching some of this on CNN today, and I think Christiane Amanpour was like visibly shaking because they went to her early because of the stuff Trump was saying about the UN. Now, two things he said. Now, a lot of the speech was self-serving, and it went on for hours, days. But he said two things, including one very, very uncomfortable truth about the Ukraine-Russia war. And about how other European outlets are reporting this, not so much in America, about how European money is still buying Russian oil and Russian gasoline, natural gas, I'm sorry. So Europe is complaining and whining and bitching about a war that they are helping to fund.
The question now is how many more lives will be needlessly lost on both sides. China and India are the primary funders of the ongoing war by continuing to purchase Russian oil. But inexcusably, even NATO countries have not cut off much Russian energy and Russian energy products, which, as you know, I found out about 2 weeks ago, and I wasn't happy. Think of it. They're funding the war against themselves. Who the hell ever heard of that one?
Well, again, oh my God, did you hear what Trump said? Well, nobody else is saying it. This is why Ronald Reagan, years ago, tried to tell Europe, move away from Russia when it comes to energy, because one day you're going to be in a bad position. The other thing Mr. Trump mentioned today that I was like, well, yeah, I mean, nobody will talk about this either. The amount of crime in other countries being committed by migrants. I know you can't say anything. Oh, yes, you can.
According to the Council of Europe, in 2024, almost 50% of inmates in German prisons were foreign nationals or migrants. In Austria, the number was 53% of the people in prisons were from places that weren't from where they are now. In Greece, the number was 54%, and in Switzerland, beautiful Switzerland, 72% of the people in prisons are from outside of Switzerland. When your prisons are filled with so-called asylum seekers who repaid kindness, and that's what they did. They repaid kindness with crime. It's time to end the failed experiment of open borders. You have to end it now.
No? Oh, my God, why does he say that stuff? Well, somebody has to. But, man, I thought Christiane Amanpour's head was going to explode. I thought you would see a geyser coming out of her head when they went to her and said, oh, Christiane, what do you think is going on? And please, let's end with this. God bless Kamala Harris. Honestly, she served as vice president for a term. That's no small feat. She is in the history books as a mixed race woman who achieved the second highest position in this wonderful and great land. She's got to stop digging. And she is and I know it's a book tour. I get it. I understand it. But why she, in this book, even if you think this, there are certain things that are better left unsaid. And this whole thing with talking about, as she did, hey, Pete Buttigieg would have made a great vice presidential candidate. The guy's good on policy and everything. But, I had to take Tim Walz, the governor of Minnesota, who has impressed me now as being an abject moron for what he said about Trump the other day. But here she is saying, well, because I was a mixed-race woman, I couldn't take the gay guy, which is essentially what she's saying. Are you kidding me? You actually said that? Harris's memoir, titled 107 Days, is so rife with criticism for prominent Democrats like California Governor Gavin Newsom, Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro, and former President Biden that strategists opine it could represent a swan song from politics. You think? You think? She should have taken Josh Shapiro. The 19 electoral votes. Now, there was no guarantee he would have brought her Pennsylvania, but you think better than Tim Walz. The guy who a couple of weeks ago said, we could get a phone call on some health news from Trump. It might be good, it might be bad. You jerk. Moron. And this guy was almost the vice president? God, this guy can't shine J.D. Vance's intellectual shoes. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. And of course, I got to tell you, they are in a quandary for 2026 and 2028. How they did not, and the reason they gave for not picking Shapiro was also tone deaf. Go back and look at this. There were leaks from her campaign that said, well, Shapiro is, we interviewed him and we talked to him, but I think the phrase they use, which kind of has a little bit of a racist tinge to it, well, they were concerned that he would be too ambitious. Really? You're not taking the Jewish gentleman because he's too ambitious? Oh, I get it. Here's the bottom line. They were worried that the lefties in their party would stay home. But in a Tuesday interview on ABC's Good Morning America, Harris appeared keen to turn attention away from her squabbles with members of her own party and instead focus squarely on the man who beat her in 2024, President Donald Trump. They just don't get it. They don't get it. Trump sucks. Trump's an idiot. Trump's a bad guy. Okay, we know that. What are you going to do to offer an alternative, which probably won't win anyway? What's the alternative? I'm not saying it's easy, but how we know you don't like Donald Trump. We know. We get that. They still don't have a platform. They still don't have a leader. They still are doing poorly in some key demographics and in some key issues that people make up their minds on. What's the alternative? What are they waiting for? Trump to run out of gas? If he does, hello. There is a sitting vice president there who's a heck of a lot younger and a heck of a lot more telegenic. So this is just, look, I know you don't like the guy, but you are playing right in, man, I got to tell you. Trump is putting on whether you like him or not, he is putting on a master class in political boxing. Now, will he win the match? I don't know. We'll see what happens next year and in 2028. But man, oh man. Traffic and weather together. Let's wrap it up on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Mare Parkway northbound is still heavy stop and go between exits 17 and 21, and again between exits 41 and 50 on the northbound side. Slow moving traffic on the Mare Parkway southbound from Milford exit 37 down to exit 32. Still seeing some volume delays on 95 northbound from Westport exit 17 up through exit 23 in Fairfield, and some heavy stop and go volume on I-95 southbound from exit 46 on Long Wharf down to exit 43. With your WICC traffic, this is Justin Kingsley.
For this evening and tonight, showers arrive later this evening. There may be a thunderstorm overnight with a low in the mid-60s. On Wednesday, early showers, cloudy and mild with a high in the upper 70s. Scattered showers Thursday with a high in the low 70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
It's Duchess Restaurants. It's fresh, made to order, and it's what makes Duchess food so good. Duchess Restaurants has so many choices. Try the Big D Philly cheesesteak, or how about a combo meal like a Big D cheeseburger, long dog, or grilled chicken sandwich with fries and a drink, or a roasted turkey, bacon, and cheddar on wheatberry bread. You can't go wrong with one of Duchess Restaurants' many menu items: sandwiches, wraps, burgers, hot dogs, and more. All of Duchess's menu items are made to order, adding to their fresh flavor. You gotta eat at Duchess. Go to GoDuchess.com for the one nearest you. Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
Progressive's Teen Driver discount could lower the cost of insurance for your teenager and save you some money. And then you can still spend money on them. Because just when you think you have a grasp on spending, new sneakers. And then it's money for a school field trip. And of course, spending money. Oh yeah, and a new phone to replace the one they dropped in the toilet. Oh, don't remind me. So just get Progressive's Teen Driver discount. And then you can continue to spend money on them endlessly. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Discount not available in all states and subject to terms and conditions.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart Sellers Ask. Is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
I go home, get all clean, showered up, get that nice lather there going in the hair with the with the shampoo. Get your nice smoking jacket on, and figure out how to watch Jimmy Kimmel tonight. Put on that ascot, that smoking jacket, nice hot shower, nice shampoo there of the old hair. Put on your slippers. Sit back and figure out, because you ain't going to get it from Channel 8. Oh, man. Figure out how to watch Jimmy Kimmel. Listen, it's going to be interesting. I am, in all seriousness, I'm going to be very interested to see what he says. Obviously, it's, did he consult lawyers to what he's going to say? I don't know. And I guess up until a couple of days ago, before they announced he was going to come back on tonight, I guess the stumbling block was he did not want to apologize. And I can kind of understand that if somebody believed strongly in what they said. If you believe, there have been times in our lives, right? A couple of times when I've done shows like this, but even in our personal lives where you're like, well, you have to apologize. No, I'm not going to apologize. But again, when you're making 15, I think he makes between 15 and 16 million bucks a year. And again, advertisers, this is a for-profit medium. So how much does he hold to not wanting to apologize? We'll see. We'll discuss tomorrow, see what the reaction is. And the day after tomorrow, nobody will care. Justin on traffic, thank you. Paul on the forecast, thank you. Chris Williams on everything else, thank you. News coming up.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. President Trump addressed the UN General Assembly today after the Secretary General called on nations to put the rule of law ahead of their own power.
The principles of the United Nations that you have established are under siege.
Trump aired a number of grievances from the UN policies on migration.
When your prisons are filled with so-called asylum seekers who repaid kindness, and that's what they did. They repaid kindness with crime. It's time to end the failed experiment of open borders. You have to end it now. Let's see, I can tell you. I'm really good at this stuff. Your countries are going to hell.
He said countries recognizing a Palestinian state are rewarding Hamas.
Instead of giving in to Hamas's ransom demands, those who want peace should be